I spoke to myself last night in a dream. I was about 21, it was the craziest thing. I went to a party with all of my friends, and it brought tears to my eyes to see us together again. And I tried to tell them the way that things change, but they wouldn't listen to me. They all started walking away. So I sung them a song of the beauty of youth, and I brought the rhythm back in, and I told them the truth. I couldn't tell you where this road will lead, if it winds or how it ends.
Or see if the speaker might be clogged.
But this is alive as we will ever be.
Check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Check it. Check 1, 2. Yandro, you got some slides for me to check out this, to test out the clicker on? Go ahead and put the slides up. Let's see if this works. Huh? Boom. There we go. Boom. Next. Boom. Next. It works. Look at that. Look at that definition, y'all. Isn't that beautiful? Today we're going to be learning about the rise of Fidel Castro. You ready to do this? How we doing? We missing anyone? A chunk of... Oh, okay. Is that Michael Smith? Graduate Sumner High School. Give it up for Michael Lane Smith. Michael Lane Smith. What's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for coming up. Just waiting for Katie Clonch, Kenza Kramer. What? Ooh, look at that shine. Dang, you see that shine? Let's go. Polished it up. What's up, Morphin? What's up, Nino? Birthday week. Hey, we do have a birthday today, yeah? Remind me whose birthday it is. Ace, where's Ace? Huh? Audrey. Is Audrey here? I don't know, I haven't seen anyone yet. Where's Audrey? Where are you? Raise your hand. Okay. Audrey and Ace birthday. Clonch, you ready? Are we still waiting for people? Huh? Okay. Hey, while we're waiting for Clonch, y'all, if you could get your phones out and check Google Classroom. In the classroom, there is a seating chart, okay? If you're not in core, the seating chart is in your email. And that's gonna be the seating chart. Now, I was talking last night with Kenza and Katie about what my hope is for this space here. We have 695 chairs in here and 730 participants. A lot of those participants are 12-year-olds who honestly could fit 2 to a seat in spaces. I mean, maybe not, maybe 1.5 people per seat. So there's gonna be people who don't show, right? There's gonna be kids who got sick last night who aren't gonna be here. But the hope is that we can cram everyone here. That's my hope. Now, what that might mean for us as ambassadors, it might mean potentially, temporarily giving up our seats so that we can squeeze kids in. And then what we do is when it's time to have discussions, we come from either the wings where we're at and come swoop in to meet with our kids, right? Or we, I don't know, we'll figure it out. I just know we're good at this. We're good at adapting. And if that means that we're kind of, sitting around on the floor every now and then, that might mean what it means. If you guys have not been in that extension room, go check it out. It's great that we have that option, but it's not awesome. It's great though. to have it, but the energy, you can't replace it. You can't replace this space. And it does a good job of at least getting the content, but I don't know. That's just my thoughts. So let's see what we can do. That's gonna require us to be telling our schools to squeeze together, right? Make room. And so there is a seating chart, right? And that's kind of ballpark where we want people, but who's checking schools in when they get here? All right. So when they get here, you'll be asking them, how many kids you got. If you could ask them a second question, how many did not show? That'll give us an idea, maybe just jot it off to the side. We're trying to get to like 35 no-shows. As bad as that sounds, we want 35 people to not show up so that we can fit them in here, okay? So that's the hope right now, where we're at. We're gonna need flexibility, and you guys are our most flexible group because you're here already and we can talk to you. The kids aren't here yet. All right, as more people are filing in, Katie and Ken's are gonna give you a quick rundown. You see this stage up here. These things are not gonna be on the stage when we begin our show in 52 minutes. Or at least it's not gonna be we're gonna be getting these out as soon as schools arrive, which is any minute now. They're gonna start coming here in probably 10, 15 minutes. So, Clonch. Okay, we'll give you a minute. 59, 58, 57, 56. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. So today, bring energy. As soon as that first group arrives out there, we're on. We're on. I mean, we're bringing it. We're gonna be out there setting that tone. Riley just yelled "Law of the Lid." If you don't know what that is, so the way the law of the lid works is, and this is really like teachers, this is something we gotta do. Like advisory class, your advisory. Okay, sometimes your advisory teacher's like, all right guys, so today we have to do this. So I'm just here so I don't get fined. Here's what we're doing. Go ahead and get into your classroom. We're gonna go ahead and open up this credit check. Go, okay? Now what that means, the way that, kind of how the law of the lid works is whatever output we give, that's the lid. That's the output maximum we're gonna get from the kids, the people we're trying to lead. So today, when people arrive, our goal is to set that lid really high, that ceiling really high with the way that we greet them. Get that energy up. Right? Be loud, be proud, be excited, give them high fives as they're coming in. Welcome them, bring them in, and then how it's gonna work is you'll greet them, you'll find out what school they're from, and I think the way that we have done it in the past is in our tunnel, as we have this huge tunnel, we're gonna have whoever the closest to the door is, will bring that school in. So they'll leave that tunnel and they'll bring them in, and they'll introduce the class of the school at the check-in table briefly, and then what we'll do is we'll get them in. But we got to know which section they're in, and that's what Katie and Ken's are going to talk about. And you'll see in the seating chart, you'll see that all the schools their initials are in there. Okay, so you'll see like Sumner, O I think is Ording, right? You'll be able to figure that out as the schools come in. So, Wentz, you got anything you want to say? Thompson was just calling, so I'm gonna call him back, figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I first just want to say thanks for being here. I know that in some ways, this is putting you in a position to be an outward-facing leadership role within our conference. We're saying, hey, Sumner High School has something that we want to offer, and our hope is that you feel confident. Okay, with your gifts, with your personality, with your skill set, that you are ready to step into that space. Okay, thinking too about the fact that there's kids in Vancouver, Washington that had their alarms set for 3 a.m., literally 3 a.m., to show up to their school, to get on a bus, to be here. And maybe they're, a little sixth grader, and you put yourself in that sixth grade mindset. They're excited, maybe nervous. They don't really know what to expect, maybe. Okay, and then you are going to be maybe the only person that they interact with wearing a blue shirt today. And our hope is that they feel like they're seen, they feel like they're important, right? And you do whatever you can to help them to feel like they are also enough, okay, to be a difference maker at their school.
Muckletine and Winlock are both here already.
Oh, wow. We've got schools that are already here. Dang, that's wild. Okay, but before we launch, just think about that, right? Think about that as you carry yourself throughout the day. Okay, being someone today who can be a difference maker for others. They're not just learning from who's on the stage, right? They're learning as they're watching all of you. Hey, one thing I want to mention, in the past when we've been here, we've really encouraged the Sumner High School kids to be out and about during lunchtime. Okay, it doesn't mean you can't be with a couple other kids from Sumner High School, but try to be building relationships during that lunchtime. Okay, you can, yes, go grab your lunch, but then try and be others focused during lunch, not just insular, looking at the people that we already know. Can we do that? Okay, that's important to me. All right, let's give it up.
Okay, I'm gonna make this super quick because Winlock is here right now and we got like 5 things to do before we get started. Okay, I just wanna thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. You have no idea how much this means to me and my team, and I am so excited for you all to experience this. Since Winlock is here, we're gonna go straight to our little tunnel thing. If you have Winlock, I don't know who you are, but you know. Grab their stuff, put them in their seats. We have our 4 sections leaders that are gonna tell you where you're sitting. If you are not assigned to school, which I'm hoping you all are. If you are not, just find a place to sit. I'm pretty sure all of you are. I'm rethinking that now, but I'm pretty sure. And I think that's it. We moved the seating chart, so there will be a section leader. I know Riley's one. I know Braden is one. I know McKenna is one. And I think that's it. And they're gonna tell you where you're sitting. It's the same format as before with
These aren't exceptions, they're the rule. Do you ever get scared? Do you ever get sad? Do you forget the childhood dreams that you had? Hoped it'd be better, but things turned out bad and all went wrong. You don't have to climb mountains or walk on the moon to fill up your heart like a great big balloon. You can't sleep at night, just remember this tune. Sing along. Dream on, dream on. Even when you're afraid all your dreams may be gone. Just dream on, dream on. When the world says you're crazy, just tell them they're wrong and dream on. When I was younger, I played make-believe. Now when I close my eyes, I just fall asleep. If you live long enough, life will make you believe that they're gone. But dream on, dream on. Even when you're your dreams may be gone, just dream on. Dream on. When the world says you're crazy, just tell them they're wrong and dream on. Dream on. Dream on. To infinity and far beyond. Maybe they'll take you fabulous places. Maybe you'll wake up right where you belong. Dream on. Dream on. Even when you're afraid all your dreams may be gone, just dream on. Dream on. When the world says you're crazy, just tell them they're wrong. When the world says you're crazy, just tell them they're wrong and dream on.
Are you okay if I just sing the song real quick?
Yeah,
Okay.
loud.
I sing generally pretty loud.
Sing loud again.
Okay, here we go. Lately I've been going through changes.
I've been doing a little light rearranging. Blew up my whole life, I'm not complaining. Just thought I'd start with some honesty. I used to only be concerned with my career getting bigger. I started zooming out and seeing big pictures. I started focusing on my father figure, and I see things a little differently. 'Cause I got a daughter now, the most perfect tiny human. I got a daughter now, no idea what I'm doing, but the way that she smiled and the way that she laughed give me some kind of peace like I never had. I guess I see what all the fuss is about. 'Cause I got a daughter now. And if I'm honest, I love it. I wear dumb clothes now and I'm like, what of it? There are innumerable things that I'm no longer above. That's more than fine with me, yeah. So if that just stuck-handed here, I can handle it. If that knee's straight, baby, I can examine it. Judge me till you walk a mile in my socks and my sandals, kid. 'Cause I got a daughter now, and she is everything to me. I got a daughter now, and suddenly I cry in movies. And the way that she smiled and the way that she laughed give me some kind of peace like I never had. Guess I see what all the big whoop is about. 'Cause I got a daughter, I got a daughter now. Yeah, I got a daughter now. Like I said, I started making some changes. I said no to some radio stations. I made some time for some family vacations, 'cause that's who I wanna be. My biggest fan doesn't care if I'm famous, even though the people know what my name is. Yeah, like I said, I started making some changes to be who I wanna be. 'Cause I got a daughter now, and she is everything to me. I got a daughter now, and no idea what I'm doing, but the way that she smiles and the way that she laughed give me some kind of peace like I never have had. I guess I see a little bit differently now. Oh yeah, guess I understand what all the fuss is about. 'Cause I got Feels like everyone I know is suddenly a TV show, living in some gossip magazine. Lately I've tried, but I can't find it in my heart to chase those lights. Does that mean something's wrong with me? 'Cause I've been kinda hanging out.
What's 5? What's up? Check 1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Leave it.
Squeeze them in. Check 1 2. 2 check. Hey, what's up? Service Conference 2023. How's everyone doing today? Oh man, we gotta do better. How's everyone doing today? Let's go. Good. Hey, really quickly, we got, just so you all know, we got 735 kids coming today and 695 chairs. So, if there are spaces in your sections, if we could squeeze together, that would be fantastic, because we're gonna try to get everyone in here. So squeeze together, don't have any empty seats. We're gonna have a good time. We got about 17 minutes until we launch, so have a good time, have those conversations, and we will get started as soon as possible. Thank you. Waiting for the mic. There it is. What's up, Service Conference? All right, come on in. Get yourselves situated. Like I said, we have 695 seats here and 735 kids registered. So we have an overflow room that I don't want to have anyone in. So to do that, we got to try to squeeze together. Let's squeeze together, no empty seats. If we could create a couple spaces, that would be fantastic. Come on in. I know Inglewood Middle School is here. Inglewood, make some noise. What are you, oh, is that's all you got? That's all Inglewood has? Like I said, Inglewood, make some noise. I'm trying to get Inglewood hyped up, but Inglewood over here being quiet. Riley Smith wants to talk to you.
All right. Good morning. I am one of your lucky ambassadors, and Slater just challenged us. You guys, I think, are our biggest group here, so we want to hear you. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Good morning. Good morning.
That was great. Hey, this is Riley Smith. She's our ASB president at Sumner High School. She's your ambassador, one of your ambassadors today. Treat her well. Did I see Sumner Middle School rolling in? Did I see Sumner Middle? Where you at, Sumner? Ooh, I heard that, Sumner. We got Liberty Middle School. Where's Liberty at? Yeah, there you are. I see you back there. Hey, what's up with Lake Ridge Middle School? Lake Ridge, are you here? Let's go. Good, hey. So we're trying to squeeze together today. We got a lot of schools coming. We want to make space. Is that Colt McDaniel? Did I see Colt McDaniel in the building? There he is, I see him. What's up, everyone? Hello. Sumner Middle School, hello, good morning, good to have you. Who we got right here? Where y'all from? Oh, y'all the Sumner Middle? Let's go. I'm over there. Okay. What's up at Evergreen Middle School? Where's Evergreen at? There you are. Ooh, Evergreen said, what's up? Evergreen said, Inglewood, you ain't got nothing on us. Wow, I heard that. Good to have you here, Evergreen. Who we got back here? Winlock. What's up with Winlock? Chehalis. Okay, I got you. That's a drive. Winlock, did you guys take a little nap on the bus ride? Yeah, it was early. What time did y'all have to leave? 5:30. Hey, Winlock said we had to leave at 5:30. Can any school in here beat Winlock? Who left earlier than 5:30 this morning? Who left earlier than 5:30? I see Liberty with their hands up. What time did y'all leave? 4:15. The current record right now, Liberty Middle School left to get here at 4:15 in the morning. 4:15 in the morning, y'all. Can anyone beat 4:15? All right, I want to introduce to you Service Conference 2023. All right. Hey, folks. In a moment, I'm going to introduce this year's Service Conference Director, Katie Clonch. We're going to have her come up and say a couple words to you guys. Katie Clonch has been working on Service Conference. This is her 3rd year working on the conference, her 2nd year as director. So y'all make some noise real quick for Katie Clonch. Let's go.
Good morning. Okay, I know we have people still filing in, but if we could quiet it down for just a few moments. I know you are excited to start this conference. I know I sure am. Before we officially start our 14th annual conference, I want to start off by saying that those 4 back doors are going to be closed during the conference. This side door is open, so if you need to leave the venue to go to the bathroom or do whatever, head out that one. As you can see, there's lots of people in blue shirts. Some of them have been assigned to your school. They are here as your representative to answer any questions that you may have. Can we quiet it down for a sec? Thank you. We also have cameras on the floor. We have this one back here and this one that moves. So if we can make sure that we are not walking in front of them, that would be great. During lunch, you'll have the opportunity, hey, can we quiet voices for me? Thank you. Quiet down. Thank you. During lunch, you'll have the opportunity to meet and buy items from speakers, just so you know. We have one speaker, Eugene Hamilton, who will be selling shirts. During lunch, we ask that you stay in here and hang out, eat with your friends, have a good time. And please also do not walk up on stage at any time. Okay, that is all that I have. I will see you again in 6 minutes. Yes. There's a huge box there. Okay. Papers, please. Yeah. No more supplies. No, there's nothing. Test, test. Test, test. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3.5 times. That sounded like a full clap. Alrighty. Housekeeping, just a few little things. But first off, good morning and welcome to Service 2023! Alrighty, I'm glad you're excited. Okay, we're gonna talk about bathrooms real quick. So bathrooms, if you go out through that door, take a little quarter, they're right back there. Also, if you are in the multi-purpose or overflow room, they are making their way over now. So if I could have all of you scoot up 2 rows, and if I could have all of you people squish together, and if I could have all of you people squish together, and if I could have all of you guys over here squish together. We gotta fit about 150 more people in here, so squeeze tight. Okay. Yep. We have 735 people here in attendance that are not ambassadors. So we want to make sure we can fit them all in here so they can get an amazing experience at Service Conference 2023. Okay, if I could have all of you in these rows scoot forward, that would be great. So if you can get up and scoot as far to the front as you can, that would be amazing. Squishin'. Okay, again, if you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 17.5 times. Still a full clap. Come on, people. Okay, I know we still have people making their way in, but if we could bring the volume down to a nice little 0, that would be much appreciated. Okay. Good morning and welcome to Service 2023. I hope you are excited to be here. I know I am. I am so excited to have you here in person as well as on the live stream. Again, voices. Quiet, please. Thank you. We have a packed house here today. As you can see, we are squishing in 800 people. So we got a big crew. And I am so grateful that you all have decided to join us here on this incredible day. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Katie Clonch, and I have the honor of being Service Conference's student director. I am so excited to be able to work with this incredible team and have such an amazing conference. This conference would not be possible without the amount of work that my team does. I want to start off by giving a huge thank you to Calvary Community Church for hosting us again this year. It is always a pleasure to work with such incredible people, so thank you for letting us be here today. I really appreciate it. I would also like to thank our beloved sponsors, Carl Westfall for sponsoring Doug Baldwin, Rick Morton from Jostens, Karina Campbell from Mullen Orthodontics, Jen Ellison from Gurglepot, the Peterson Brothers, Western Storage, Character Strong, Sumner Rotary, Sumner Lawn Saw, and Heather Lewis from Edward Jones. And a huge thank you to Cloud9 for making our t-shirts. They look amazing. This conference would not have been made possible without their generous contributions and their personal mission of serving this community. My team and I are so grateful for you. If you are tuning in online, please make your way over to our website, www.serviceconference.com, and there you will find a digital workbook and all other materials you need throughout the day. Now, on to the fun stuff. This conference is something that I absolutely love, as I've been a part of it for 3 years now. I love how this conference teaches students and advisors to become servant leaders and how to grow their character. To me, these are such important values that I implement into my everyday life. I first attended my first service conference when I was in 7th grade with Lake Ridge Middle School. Shout out to Nimick. And that experience changed my life for the better. And I am forever grateful for it. Speaking of servant leadership, I want to talk about today's theme, and that is back to basics. My team and I read this book called The World's Most Powerful Leadership Principle by James C. Hunter, and it's about servant leadership. Servant leadership is broken down, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm just so excited. We broke the idea of servant leadership down into 3 sections so that it's easy for you to understand why we want to reteach it this year. We want to go back to our roots and reteach what it means to be a servant leader and how you are able to do it. Today you're going to hear from some incredible speakers who are going to talk about what it means to be a servant leader. We have broken this conference up into 3 parts that are going to teach or reteach you what it means to be servant leaders. The first part is, what is servant leadership? With this, you are going to learn what it means to be a servant leader, what it means to serve, how we serve, what's the process of getting here, and we are also going to talk about your character and how this affects others. I would like you to take a moment and turn to page 9 in your booklet. I'm going to share with you the definition of what it means to be a servant leader. Okay, are we ready? Lovely. Servant leadership, defined by James Hunter, is the skill of influencing people to enthusiastically work toward goals being identified for the common good with character that inspires confidence. I want you to take a moment and fill out the definition. Voices quiet, please. Thank you. As you read back over that definition, you will notice that it means that servant leadership is a skill and therefore it can be taught. This also means that we don't have to wait for leaders to be born. We can learn and grow to become one. It is a skill which means anyone can do it. And when I say anyone, I mean anyone. It is a skill which means anyone can do it, again, and in today's conference that you are going to learn the skills it takes to become one. The next part is power versus relationships. What does it mean to lead with a power-based relationship or leading others because you have influence in someone's lives? Today you're going to learn the difference and how to understand to lead with influence, not power. And lastly, we're going to be talking about burnout and mental health. With this, we want to go over what it means to have burnout and how you are able to take steps to ensure that you don't reach the point of it, and what you do when you go through it. As a servant leader is a very common thing to happen to someone, myself included. Sometimes it is a hard thing to go through, but today you are going to hear from some incredible people about how you are able to move past that wall. This is what going back to basics means to us, and I am so excited for you all to learn today. Before we officially start this conference, you're going to hear me talk a little bit more. Kind of sorry, not really. But I think that you are excited about this next piece. I would like to introduce to you your MCs for this year. This year we have two incredible people helping us navigate what it means to be a servant leader. First, I'd like to introduce Josh Lee. Josh is someone who works to serve others in his everyday life. After being Sumner High School's very own vice president in 2020, he then went on to become the special events coordinator for the Korean Student Association at UW. I am beyond excited for you all to get to meet and learn from them today. He has energy and light about him that I feel that is going to make this conference great. Next, I'd like to welcome back Sophia Wasson. Sophia emceed our 2021 conference, and it is such an incredible experience to get to learn from her. She is someone that has a drive to share and ensure that others feel important. Sophia was Services Student Director in 2020, and so we are so beyond excited to welcome her back this year. After her time at Sumner High School, she then went on to get her BBA from Gonzaga University. I cannot wait to learn from her today, and I am so grateful she is here to teach you all. Now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our MCs on stage and officially kick off Service 2023!
Yo,
Hey, hey, hey.
what's going on, Service Conference 2023?
Josh, I thought there were supposed to be 600 middle schoolers here today.
I thought so too. I don't know what's going
That doesn't
on.
sound like 600 middle schoolers
I
to me.
didn't hear anything. I'm gonna try it again. Let me try it one more time. What's going on, Service Conference 2023? Make some noise!
There we go.
There we go. Good morning to y'all.
Katie, thank you for that wonderful introduction. My name is Sophia,
My name is Josh Lee.
and we are so excited to be here with y'all today. Can I get a show of hands if you've been to a service conference before? Okay, so we have some people that have been here before, a lot of new faces. We are so excited because I remember being a middle schooler sitting in those same exact seats in the same exact building, watching the service conference, and there were so many things that I took away from this conference. And if you can just take away one thing today, one thing that you stick to and you take back to your schools, you take back to your lives, that will have made this conference worth it for us.
Before we get started, I wanted to ask a little roll call. I know you all have some school pride, but I wanted to know what grades everybody is in. So if you are in 6th grade, will you make some noise?
We got
Okay.
this group right here.
Okay. If you are in 7th grade, will you make some noise? Uh-oh. All right, 8th graders, y'all have a high standard right now. If you are in 8th grade, make some noise. I love it. I'm glad we have the energy now to get started. I did want us to focus in a little bit as I have the incredible honor and privilege of introducing our very first speaker of the day. He goes by the name of Antonio Great. Now, Antonio is an emotional strategist, a professional speaker, an author, a minister, a husband, and a loving father to 4. Antonio's willingness to pour into those in the foster care system, Title I students, those in a juvenile detention system, and church youth groups stems from his passion to serve our generation as well as the next. And it is his personal mission to tell his story of overcoming insurmountable odds to now live a life of peace, joy, and love. So please, join me in giving a warm welcome to Antonio Great.
Service 2023, make some noise. Yeah. Listen, I am so excited to be here. I've traveled a long way to get here, and I am pumped. I am excited to be in the presence of current and future leaders. So I'm just really want to get right into it. Wow, man, this is exciting. You guys look amazing. You guys look wonderful. You guys look like you're ready to change the world. Are you ready to change the world? Let me hear you make some noise. Yes, yes. So listen, without further ado, I just want to give honor to God for the opportunity to be here. I don't take these moments lightly. I don't take these moments for granted. And it's my hope, it's my desire that I share something that will positively impact your life, which is the sole reason why I do what I do. So without further ado, I think I want to go ahead and jump into the slides, okay? I think they said I got to wait a few seconds before it gets started. Okay, good deal. All right. Who know who that is right there? Gandhi. That's my man Gandhi right there, right? And Gandhi has a bit of advice for us, right? Gandhi says, find yourself in the service of others. I'm going to let that sink in for a second. Gandhi said, find yourself in the service of others. That's deep right there. That's deep right there. Now, this next slide. How many of you guys heard of the game Tetris before? Show of hands. All right. How many of you guys played Tetris before? Okay, good. Now, who hasn't played Tetris before? Let me see. You know what? That's okay. No judgment whatsoever. Tetris is one of those classic games like Super Mario Brothers or Sonic. It's one of those classic games. So if you haven't played it, that's fine. But for those of you who are not familiar with the game Tetris, let me explain it to you real quick. Now, if you look at the first, let me go back. Now, if you look at the first box up there, you see this green box-looking, cube-looking item that kind of reminds you of maybe Legos or something like that. Now, with the game Tetris, the boxes, they fall from the top of the screen, and they slowly come down initially. And the ultimate goal is to line the boxes up in a straight line. Right? So if you look at the second box, you'll see that green box that was coming down, now it has reached that line where the red boxes are, and it's a straight line across. And what ultimately happens is you look at the third box, bam, that line, it vanishes. It disappears. That's the object of the game. The more you can do that, the longer you can play. The more you can do that, the further you can go into the game. But if you can't do that, then eventually your game will be over. But let's read the topic here. Tetris taught me that if you fit in, you disappear. Tetris taught me that if you fit in, you disappear. Now I want to make that plain to you. So in order to do that, I have some brave volunteers that's going to come to the stage. And as they come to the stage, will you guys please give them a round of applause? And if you have a piece of paper, you are my volunteers. Are you in here? Volunteers, piece of paper. Where you at? Come to the stage. If you got a piece of paper, come to the stage. Come on. Yes, come on. Yes, thank you. Come on. They coming. Come on. That's it. Yeah, these are brave volunteers. Good deal. Yes. Good. All right, hold on. Only if you got a piece of paper. All right. All y'all got pieces of paper? Wow. That's just 12. Hold on. Whoa. That's not really what I... Okay. This one of 12. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure what just happened. I'm not sure what just happened. This wasn't the plan. Okay, this is what I need. I need everybody to actually come off the stage except for 12 people. So if you would, I need all you guys to come off. I'm sorry, can all you guys come on? I just need 12 people on the stage. That's all I need. It's 12. So come on. I just need 12 people on the stage. 12 people. That's all I need. Come on, guys. Come on, I just need 12 people. I just need 12. All right, you can stay. How many you got? You can stay. You can stay. I just need 12. I just need 12. That's it. Come on, guys. I just need 12. You want to stay? You can stay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, you guys can go. All right, you gotta stay. Come right here. Wow. Okay. All right, real quick. I just need you guys to form a semicircle. A semicircle. Just right here. Come this way. Yep, that way. Now come this way. Now you guys, come this way. Real quick, come this way. All right. Good deal. All right. And y'all can come in some a little bit. You two on the ends, come in some. You guys stay right there. Come in. Okay, good. All right. Now I want you to stand in the middle. Now that we got that out of the way. Okay. This is what I want you guys to see about Tetris and how I want to maybe present it to you guys in a different way, how it involves your lives. Now, the individuals, these brave volunteers that are standing up here, represent you and your environment. They represent your daily environment. But in your daily environment, they also represent distractions. This person in the middle represents you. The people on the outside represents your environment and the distractions that can come up in your environment. So the people on the outside represents what? Good, distractions in your environment. And this person in the middle represents? Good, now that we got that out the way, let's go to the next slide. See if it comes up. All right. So, in your everyday environment, we have Facebook as a potential distraction, right? So, your job right here is, as a distraction, is to kind of pull on this person in the middle, right? So somebody right here can pull a little bit like this, right? So I just want you guys to pull them as a distraction. Facebook is okay, good, right? Now I want you guys to catch this. All right, good. I'm gonna name one and just pull one time from each side. This is it. The distraction is ultimately to get you to, what does that look like? No, stand right there, good. To get you to fit in, right? We're talking about Tetris, right? Okay, so come on. We're gonna do it one more time with Facebook. Facebook is a distraction. Somebody pull them. Good. Distractions ultimately is to get you to fit in. Now we have another distraction, and that is Instagram. Instagram is a, okay, back in the center. Instagram is a, good. Ultimately to get them to fit in, back to the center. All right, we got what? TikTok. TikTok is a, somebody pull, yeah, to get them to fit in, right? The next one is, Snapchat is a, good. The next one is, your peers, your friends are potentially, come on, distractions. Y'all got work to do. Good. Back to the center. The last one. And get family. And guess what, y'all? Sometimes there are individuals in your family that can be a negative distraction. All right? Go ahead, pull it one more time. Good. Now back to the center. When it comes to these distractions, and I know I mentioned social media, and you guys probably can name some other distractions, but isn't it amazing how social media as a distraction ultimately has something that I like to call influence? The influence of social media has a unique way of pulling on us to cause us to think a certain way, to cause us to do a certain thing that may not be in line with your purpose or what you're called to do as a leader. So the example that I wanted to do is that when you fit in, you begin to disappear. Why is that significant? Because as leaders, you're not necessarily called to fit in or disappear. You're called to stand out and be what it is that you're called to be, right? So now you can go back to the other side. Thank you so much. Great job. Now stay right here. Now I'm in the center. I'm in the center because I've had to overcome some distractions in my life, right? Being a kid from the inner city of Chicago, being a kid from the ghetto of Chicago, I had to overcome many distractions at a very young age. At the age that you guys are, it started for me because shortly after I was born, and when I name my distraction, I want somebody to pull on me, okay? Shortly after I was born, my mom began to use drugs. That is a potential what? Distraction. Somebody pull me. Yes. Come on, somebody else pull me. Yes. Yes. That is a potential distraction. And why is that a potential distraction? Because I felt some type of way. Knowing that my mother was using drugs, I felt neglected. I felt rejected. I even felt abandonment. And I even felt like she didn't love me because of the decision that she made. And those feelings have a way of pulling on me. And those feelings have a way of pulling on me and causing me to want to be in a place that's probably not best for me. In my environment, growing up in the inner city, the ghetto of Chicago, I've seen a lot of negative things like gangs. That is a potential what? The gangs, right? The gangs pulling on me. The gangs wanted me to be involved in what they were doing and the things that I was seeing. But you know what? It didn't stop there. In my own family, if it wasn't bad enough that my mother was using drugs, I saw my sister and my cousin both use drugs, and they all lived in the house with me. And that is another distraction. Somebody pull on me, please. Yes. Come on, pull on me. All right. And not just that, having to navigate the toxicities of my environment. And what I want you guys to understand is that in your environment, it's surrounding you every single day. These distractions are all around you every single day as you're navigating your environment. And only you know what your environment consists of. Maybe you can relate a little bit to my environment. Maybe not. But in your environment, trust me, there are distractions. And if that wasn't enough, at some point, I end up going into the foster care system. And going into the foster care system and being removed from the only family that I initially knew was a potential somebody, anybody. Yes, the distraction, because guess what? When I left the only family that I knew, I was heartbroken. I couldn't understand why my dad didn't come rescue me. I couldn't understand why my mom didn't come rescue me. I had a lot of questions like why? Because when my grandmother died, I ended up moving for the first time with family members that I didn't know. And that was traumatizing to me because I was young. I was at the age of 8, 9 years old when that happened. And I had a lot of questions. And those questions was like, why? Why did this happen? Why did my grandmother have to die? Why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? And now I'm living with people that I didn't even know. So I had a lot of questions why, and emotionally it was weighing on me. Emotionally it was a burden on me, and I was expected to go to school and function like everything was okay. I was expected to live my life each and every day like everything was okay. But can I be honest with you? On the inside, everything wasn't okay, and because I was carrying this weight, it was pulling on me, y'all. It was pulling on me, causing me to potentially fit in a way that wasn't healthy for me. But I want to share some tips with you, and I want to share some tactics with you. That's very, very important. I went back. In my environment and in your environment, there are some things I want you to do. You guys stay right there. You good. Even though you are in your environment, you got to get out of the circle. You got to get out of the circle. And how do you get out of the circle if you're in your environment? Can you leave your environment? There's a good chance you can't. But you can get out of your environment mentally. And I'm going to share some things with you how you can do that. The first thing you got to do is stand out or get out of the circle. Right? And then the next thing you must do is as you get out the circle, you begin to observe your environment. And by observing your environment, you begin to look at your environment and you begin to, I can't really see that. It said, what distractions have you noticed or do you notice? In my environment, I remember many days, I lived on the second floor apartment building, and I would look out the window many days. And as I would look out the window, I would notice the toxicities in my environment. I would notice the gangs out there doing illegal activities. I would notice the crime taking place, and I would notice, prostitution and other different things that was in my everyday environment. And I remember thinking one day, or many days, that as I would look out the window, I would see pigeons. I would see pigeons eating the crumbs off of the pavement and out of the dirt and grass and things of that nature. But at the same time, I would see them have the ability to get up and fly away and escape what seemed like their environment. And as I was looking at these toxicities in my environment, I remember saying to myself many days, man, I wish I was a bird. I wish I was a bird. I wish I can get up and fly away from the things that I'm dealing with, from the things that I'm seeing. As much as I wish, that never happened. But I was able to do something. Though I wasn't able to physically leave my environment, I learned that by standing outside of my environment mentally and began to observing my environment and identifying some of the distractions, then I had to analyze my environment. I identified the distractions, the distractions, and then I had to analyze the environment. Let's see. And analyzing the environment were, what are the consequences if I partake in some of these activities? What are the consequences if I join the gang? What are the consequences if I decided to use drugs? What are the consequences if I partook in many of those distractions that was pulling on me, that was trying to get me to fit in? And I identified those consequences. Then the next thing I had to do was I had to self-assess. And in the self-assessing process, that simply means that I had to ask myself, what was it that I really wanted? You have to ask yourself, what is it that you really want? That's important, because as you ask yourself this question, then you have to do something else, and you have to make a decision. You have to decide. And as you make this decision, that's pivotal, because what's inside of you is a leader, and the distractions are simply trying to hide the very thing that is inside of you, which is leadership. But when you can disconnect from your environment mentally and begin to analyze it and begin to observe it and begin to self-assess and then begin to make a decision based upon what you really want, now you can go back to your environment. And now, because you understand the direction you want to go, when the things begin to pull on you, because the distractions are still going to be there, you know what happens? You now enter into your environment with a renewed focus. You now enter into your environment with tunnel vision. So even though I'm surrounded by the distractions, I'm surrounded by the toxicities, I now have tunnel vision because I have made a decision regardless of what, I want to go somewhere. And here's the thing, many days when I would look out of my window, I would ask myself a question. Is this it? Is this all there is to life? Is this what I got what is this all I have to look forward to? Because I wanted something different. I didn't want to be like my mom. I didn't want to be like my dad. I didn't want to be like the things that my environment was showing me every day. And you know what? This is one decision that I made. I said, I don't really know what to do, but based upon my analysis and my observation, I'm going to decide when I go out into my environment, I'm going to ride solo, or I'm going to be by myself, which means that in my environment, a lot of guys, a lot of males, they were clicked up. They had cliques, they had friends, and they operated like this on a daily basis, but these cliques and these friends ultimately were doing bad things. So I said, listen, I don't have all the answers, but one thing I know I can't control is my decision making. It's my will to do something different. And what you notice is I'm developing something within me, because we're talking about leading from the inside out. We're talking about leading from the inside out. And I began to make a decision based upon my will and say, you know what? The sacrifice that I'm going to make is this. When I go out, I'm not going to partake in the gangs. I'm not going to partake in the drugs. I'm just going to do what I feel like I'm supposed to do. I'm going to go to school. I'm going to come home, and I'm just going to, try to live my life like that. It was scary. Can I say that? It was scary. It was scary knowing that when I left out of my apartment building, that I may not make it to my destination. It was scary knowing that when I left school, I may not make it back home. But you know what? The decision that I made, I was so sincere and so committed about that decision that I was willing to risk my life in pursuit of doing what I felt like or doing what I needed to do. And I'm standing right here because I want to ignite the leader in you and say it doesn't matter what other people are saying or what other things are pulling on you. What matters is will you have the fortitude, will you have the commitment, will you have the dedication to pursue the very thing that is in your heart, the very thing that you believe will make you better, the very thing that you believe will make you great. So what happened is this. I'm living my life every day, but the distractions are there. But I'm pressing through the distractions with tunnel vision. You got to get tunnel vision. You got to get locked in. I hear it, I see it, and I even feel it, but I'm still moving. I'm still moving in spite of. It's hard. It's difficult. I'm scared. I'm afraid, but I'm still moving because I am committed to the decision that I made of wanting something different. And as leaders, let me tell you what happens over time. Those very influences that were pulling on you, this is what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to just kind of follow me as I walk. The very influences that was pulling on you, now because you have stepped into your leadership role, now because you are doing what it is you're supposed to do, you are sacrificing, you are making a difference in a positive way. The very things that was trying to influence you to cause you to fit in, now you are influencing it. You are now influencing it because you started leading from the inside out. You started identifying your standards. You started identifying your values, and you started living your life based upon that. Leading from the inside out. Can you guys give them a round of applause? Thank you guys so much. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When you lead from the inside out with tunnel vision, you begin to understand your assignment. You begin to understand your purpose. Because as you begin to understand your assignment and your purpose, you begin to realize that it's bigger than you. You begin to realize that it's greater than you. Will it be easy? No. Will it require sacrifice? Yes. But when you begin to realize that it's bigger than you, you keep the big goal in your frame of mind and your focus, and you're willing to do whatever it takes. And I want to show you something else. Because of the sacrifices that I was willing to make at the very age that you guys are right now, I can now show you the rewards of the sacrifices that I was willing to make throughout my life while I was growing up in the ghetto of Chicago. Because in the ghetto of Chicago, in my environment, they said 1 out of 4 African-American males by the time they reach 18 or 21 will be dead or in jail. The odds were stacked against me, y'all. It wasn't an easy road. The sacrifices and the decisions I made were tough. They were challenging, but in my mind, I believed that it would be well worth it. In the city I grew up in, it was considered one of the most ruthless cities in the nation at the time. See, we're coming out of a pandemic with COVID, but during the time I grew up, there was a drug pandemic going on. It was hitting the inner cities like a tidal wave. It was destroying families. It was destroying communities. It was devastating, not just in my neighborhood, but all across the United States of America in certain cities, especially the bigger cities. So, these pictures here represent something that I want to show you. And I want to start with, no particular order, but I want to start with, you see right here where I got the nice looking diploma right there? Y'all see that? You see that? That picture right there is when I graduated college. When I graduated college, right? Thank y'all. You see something, I had a dream. And you know what my dream was for so many years while I was growing up in Chicago? I was dreaming just to make it out alive. That was my dream. That was my desire. I simply wanted to make it out alive and not become the statistic that they said that I would be when 1 out of 4 would be dead or in jail by the time they reach 18 or 21. I wanted to see 18 and not just see 18. I wanted to make it out of Chicago alive. And the fact that I was able to hold that diploma and the fact that my dad is standing on the side of me, that's my dad and his uncle, or my dad and his brother and my uncle. The fact that my dad was able to witness the first one in the immediate family to go to college and to graduate, can I tell y'all what that symbolizes? That symbolizes the sacrifices, that symbolizes the commitment, that symbolizes the will to move forward, to press through whatever is trying to pull on you, whatever is trying to distract you, whatever is trying to get you to fit in. That is what that represents. Because guess what? Leaders serve. And one way that I serve, I was serving by example before anybody else really started to follow me. But because of the sacrifices, because I began to lead from the inside out, that's the fruit of the work that I put in. Being a first college graduate in my immediate family, right? So guess what? Now, you see me kind of kneeling down with the young lady in the wheelchair? That young lady in the wheelchair is my mom. I had the opportunity to spend some time with my mom. We was able to take these pictures. She's in a wheelchair because her health was failing her. And I could say a lot of things about my mom, but one thing I want to say is that before my mom passed away, I was able to lead her to Christ. And not just lead her to Christ, but I was also able to do her eulogy at her funeral. Why is that significant? Because we're talking about the same person, man, who chose drugs over me, man. We're talking about the one who couldn't even take care of me, man. We're talking about the one is the reason why I ended up in foster care. We're talking about the one is the reason why I ended up moving from home to home, neighborhood to neighborhood, school to school. We're talking about the one that made me feel like I was abandoned. We're talking about the one that made me feel like I was neglected. We're talking about the one who made me feel like I was rejected. We're talking about the one who had me crying at night, asking questions like, why? Why is my life happening like this? Why is this going on in my life? But can I tell you something? Because of me deciding to lead from the inside out, I was able to forgive my mom. I was able to walk into forgiveness. And if that wasn't enough, I was able to love my mom in spite of. And I was able to serve my mom in spite of. You see, so many times, social media and life wants us to believe that having a large following on social media is what a leader is. But I'm challenging you guys to lead from the inside out. I don't know what your everyday life looks like at your home, but I'm sure you have challenges there. But those challenges can birth something very unique and very amazing in you. And I don't want your environment. I don't want your environment to slow you down or stop you from being who you really are. So that picture with my mom is very significant. Now, if you look up there, you see me with a microphone in my hand. And that right there, I'm at a church speaking. We're talking about serving, y'all. These are all the ways that I'm serving. I'm serving in my family. That was my first mission. That was my first assignment. My first assignment was to serve within my family, So now I'm affecting my dad. I'm actually put in a position to break the cycles of my family by being the first one to go to college. And now I help my mom in spite of what she did. And I even have a relationship with my dad in spite of the fact that he wasn't there in my life like that. Now, if we keep looking forward, you see me with my family there, my 4 amazing boys, my lovely wife, who was an angel. This year in June, I would have been married for 15 years. Yeah. Absolutely. What's significant about that is that my mom, my dad, they never married anybody. I didn't see this growing up. I saw broken homes growing up. I saw devastated communities growing up. I didn't see that, but can I tell you something? When I was your age, when I decided to make the sacrifices, when I decided to make the commitment, regardless of how scared I was, regardless of what people were saying, yes, they were laughing at me. Yes, they were talking about me. Yes, they were ridiculing me, but I was so committed and so sure about what it is that I wanted to do. I took those ridicules, I took those criticisms on the chin, and I kept moving forward. Did it hurt? Yes, it did hurt. Did I feel misunderstood? Yes, I did feel misunderstood, but it didn't matter because I had a bigger and better goal in my mind, in my focus that I wanted to achieve. And because of that, I'm created something that I didn't even see growing up. My boys, they make all A's and B's in school. They see their mom in a loving environment, getting along, talking. I didn't see that, man. I saw my mom arguing in the house at night, waking me up out of my sleep with fear, afraid that something bad was about to happen. I seen and heard my mom drinking and stuff like that, man. I don't drink. We don't do that in my home. But why is that? Is it because I'm better than the next person? No, it's because I set a standard. I got values, and I'm trying to lead from the inside out because I'm trying to change the course of my family direction. Next picture. I decided to put my current house up there. No, it's not a mansion. Nope, by a long shot. No, it's not like 3 levels or 3 floors. You know, I would love to have a house like that. But I wanted to be really practical with you guys today. Because to some of y'all, that may not look like much. It may not, man. But to me, that's everything. Because my critics, the people who were talking about me, the people who were pulling on me and trying to negatively influence me, they wasn't there when I was sleeping on air mattresses. They wasn't there when I was washing up in the sink every day before I went to school. They wasn't there when roaches and rats and stuff like that would be in the apartment. They wasn't there when I was struggling. I had to deal with those things. But to have a house, regardless of how small or how big it is, to raise my family in, you got to understand, man, I'm changing the game with the decisions and sacrifices I'm making. I sold my home because many people may think, bro, that ain't nothing. That's whack. But can I tell you something? I don't care what nobody think. And I want to ignite the leadership in you so that you would not be persuaded or convicted about what you think people are going to say about you or what you think people are going to say to you. Because sometimes we want to fit in. And we want to fit in with who we may think is the cool kids, who we may think is a cool crowd. And you know what? I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with fitting in. But what I'm challenging you to do is to lead from the inside out. Because the quicker you can begin to ignite the leadership that is in you, the quicker you can begin to walk in the lane and fill the gap that you were called to fill. Because when I was growing up, did I ever envision myself on a stage like this? No. Did I ever envision myself speaking to people, positively trying to impact their lives? No. All I did was I focused on where I was at and what I could do with where I was at. And you know what that started with? That started with a decision. I want to challenge you guys right here and right now to make a decision in your life to walk forward with tunnel vision. Because there are people who are waiting on you to be who it is that you're called to be. There are people that you are called to serve with your talent. There are people you are called to serve with your gift. There are people who are waiting on you, and the quicker you can get in line, and the quicker you can walk with tunnel vision, and the quicker you can press through the challenges and press through the obstacles, the quicker you will become who it is that you're created to become, and the quicker you can begin to positively impact those that you are called to positively impact. I know it's in you. Each and every last one of you all are leaders. But the question is, how will you lead? Will you influence people positively or will you influence people negatively? But I believe, because you're here today, that you are choosing to positively impact the lives of others. And because you are making that decision, I'm here today to tell you, you have what it takes. But to be a leader and to stand out, it's not always easy and it's not always comfortable. But you can do it. So today, before I end, I'm challenging you all to stand with your backs up straight, your head high, and knowing, trusting, and believing that each and every decision that you make, regardless of how big, regardless of how small, that is working out for your good. That you're impacting not just yourself, but you're impacting your family. You're not just impacting yourself or your family, but you're impacting your school. You're not just impacting yourself, your family, and your school, but you're impacting your community. Y'all heard of triple doubles before? Triple doubles like in basketball? Yeah, triple doubles. I want to call it the quadruple double. You're impacting yourself. You're impacting your family. You're impacting your community. And you're impacting your school. So leaders, I want you to go and be great. I want you to go and serve with everything that you have, with every fiber in your body, because you're able to do it because you have the big picture in mind. You see yourself changing things for the better. And who knows how your future will end up. Because statistics told me that I should have been dead or I should have been in jail. But I'm standing before you guys today to say that I defied the odds, and because of my commitment, and because of my sacrifice, because of my willingness to love others, because of my willingness to forgive, because of my willingness to stand out and be different, I stand before you guys with the ability and opportunity to share my story. So I challenge you guys to just be yourself. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. Don't try to be like nobody else. Be the best you that you can be. Open up your eyes and you will see just what it is you created to be. So much greatness lies in you. Many days are before you choose how it's going to be. Because however you see it, just how it's going to be. Like an artist's greatest frame, the best I'm going to be. Put my picture in the frame so y'all remember me. Hanging on the wall of fame, the place I'm going to be. Like a lion can't be tamed, ain't no holding me. Every day I'm being trained for what I'm going to be. Even when it does rain, remain up in my lane. Oh, how seasons change, but I remain the same. That's my time, y'all. Love y'all.
Stay out here. Just give me a second. Hey. Oh, man. Yeah, I got you. You got the clicker? Hey, look, I mean, y'all sat there and clapped, but I don't know if you truly overheard what this gentleman right here overcame. Imagine having a dream at your age of surviving. Let that sink in. Imagine that being your dream, to see tomorrow. And here he is, grown man, married 15 years, college graduate, raising a family. That, folks, is not worthy of sitting and clapping, in my opinion. I don't know. That's my character, not yours. So what's up? You gonna sit there, or should we stand up and give him a huge round of applause? Let it ride. Let it ride. Man. Woo wee. Well, what's up, everyone? My name is Brian Slade. I was thinking about doing the gritty on my way out. What's up? You guys know the gritty? Did I do it? Did I do it? Huh? Well, give me a grade. Give me a grade. Give me a grade. I heard. Oh, I see that. Yeah. Hey, we've been sitting for a minute, so real quick, why don't y'all just give me your best Fortnite dance? Stand up, show me what's up. Show me Orange Justice. Orange Justice. Should we floss? Go. Get up, though. Stand up. Stretch. Stretch. Get yourself working. Get your legs moving. All right. Get yourself stretched out. Yeah. Good. Good. All right. Go ahead and grab a seat when you're ready. All right. Well, good morning. Hey, real quick before we get started, my name is Brian Slater. I'm a teacher at Sumner High School just right down the road here. And I have the privilege of working alongside Mr. Brandon Wenzel. And you saw 70 different service ambassadors here, all the folks in blue. Let's give them a quick round of applause. It's a privilege that I have to work with them, to talk to them every single day about servant leadership. And so what I want to do today is first I want to just briefly debrief what we just heard from Mr. Great. A couple things that stood out to me. We got to lead from the inside out. To do that, we have to eliminate what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. We got to eliminate what? Right. And what are some of those distractions he talked about? Facebook, which well, let's be real. Y'all don't use Facebook. You don't use Facebook, right? Nah, you guys are TikTokers. You guys are Instagrammers. You guys are all going famous. That's good though, okay? But look, in order to eliminate distractions, we got to identify. So here's what I want you to do in your notes right now, in your notebook. Let's go to page 9 real quick. Jump into page 9 of your notebook. And I want you to do this. Top 2 distractions. What are your personal top 2 distractions? And look, hey, keep your eyes on your own paper. Don't be looking at your neighbors. Be like, yo, what are you distracted by? I don't know. I don't want to tell you. Okay, yeah. So you should have some spot on page 9, some room to write. That's where I'm going to be today. Let's get my slides up here. So eliminating distractions can be really important. In order to eliminate or at least control what distracts us, we got to be focused on what distracts us. Once we're focused on what distracts us, we can begin to have tunnel vision. To ignore those, it's okay to be distracted. That is just the way we are. We're built to pay attention to things around us. What we aim to do with you as leaders is to get you focused, tunnel vision, on what it means to build influence in the lives of people. Antonio Great said that the one thing I can control are my decisions. And so that's what I'm going to talk to us about. We're going to talk about decisions. We're going to talk about choices today. But before we do that, I want to quickly read to you the definition of servant leadership, which you have right there. And I'm going to pause every now and then and have you just shout out the next word. First of all, servant leadership is what is it? Here's what that means. It means we don't have to sit around waiting for people to get born to be leaders, which is good. You ever heard that phrase? Hey, he was born to lead. Man, she was a born leader. You ever heard that? Raise your hand. Yeah, it's possible. You know what the upside to that is when people are born leaders, that lets all of us who weren't born leaders off the hook, right? Ooh, thank goodness they were born. Ooh. It's not the truth though. Yes, some people were born with gifts that not all of us were born with. And, some of those gifts might help them influence others more effectively than the ones we have. But the good news is leadership is a skill, meaning that it can be taught and learned. So here we go. Leadership is the skill of what? Influencing. Leadership is the skill of influencing others to enthusiastically. Hey, that right there, that word enthusiasm, what's it mean? Excited, I heard. Willingness. Hey, if you tell someone, hey, go do that, and they're like, all right. Like, your parents like, hey, go unload the dishwasher. Okay. Right? And I give that, can my little sister do it? I don't want to, Enthusiasm was you're like, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Skill of influencing others to enthusiastically work toward goals identified as being for the with that inspires So let's talk about that. Talk about that definition. You heard with character that inspires confidence. Leadership is the skill of influencing people to enthusiastically work by us individually showing character that inspires confidence. So what is character? Well, let's back up real quick. Let me get my slides up again here. Core truth number one about leadership. Quote from John Maxwell, leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. The question isn't, are you a leader? The question is, what kind of a leader are you? Every human being is a leader. You want to see how I know that? Raise your hand if you have one relationship in your life that is important to you. Watch, raise your hand. Every hand, every hand. Some of y'all aren't raising your hand because you want to be that person. It's all good. I love you and I forgive you. Okay? Because we all have relationships, we are all leaders. We all influence at least one other person in our circle, in our lives. Core truth number two, and I believe this sincerely. The late Rita Pearson delivered a TED Talk. I watch it every year, the night before the first day of school, before I go back into my classroom. And in this TED Talk, she's talking about a conversation she had with another teacher. And the teacher, Rita was talking to her about, hey, it's really important that kids like you, that you relate with kids. And the teacher says, no, that's not my job. My job is to teach math. I'm not here to win any popularity contests. I'm here to teach math. And Rita Pearson steps back and she says, what I've learned in my life is people don't learn from people they don't like. People have a hard time learning from people they don't like. But I would add one thing to what she said. Is people have a hard time learning from people that they believe don't like them, right? You think about when you walk in, and I tell every teacher this, I challenge every teacher, even in this room. Hey, what are you doing every single day to communicate to kids that I want to be around you? That I like being around you. I like being in this room with you. It's amazing how much learning you can create and how much influence you generate when the people that you're trying to influence believe that you like them. As student leaders, what are we doing around our schools to show our classmates we like them? We want to be around them. That, to me, is a really important core truth. So if we look again up here at core truth number two, that was Heather Lewis, by the way, sponsor Edward Jones. Thank you, Heather, for your help here. People aren't influenced, in a good way at least, by people they don't like. We think about the people in our lives that maybe rub us the wrong way, or we just haven't quite clicked with them. We tend not to let those people influence us, at least in a good way. They can influence us in a negative way. So with these core truths, it has to follow that if leadership is influence, then we must learn how influence is earned. If leadership is the skill of influencing others to enthusiastically work with character that inspires confidence, that requires our choices to be looked at. So what I want to do is I want to look at Fortnite real quick. Y'all know Fortnite, I already talked about it. Yeah, the new season just came out. Yeah, I saw it. No more Kamahamahamas. Is the Kamahamahamahama still a thing or what? Did it get archived or whatever they call it? Okay. You guys see those meters there? What are those? We got one for your car. We got one for your shield, and we got one for your health. Okay? Now, real quick, I want everyone to just go like this real quick. You're gonna help me with the sound. All my students know this, okay? We're gonna have the meters go down. We're all gonna go, just go, okay, good. Now, all right, let's try the other way. Let's have the meter go up by going, go ahead. Okay, good. We're gonna need that sound here in a couple minutes. You're gonna notice on your page, okay, you're gonna see on that page, you're gonna see a couple words. You're gonna see 8 of them. The 8 essentials is what we call them. Now, above my head right now, I got a whole bunch of meters. I got 8 meters, but all of you are seeing different meters. You're seeing different levels. Okay, if leadership is about influence and influence requires relationships, then my opinion is the more that we try to be those things on the right, the more likely we are to earn influence in the lives of people. Imagine a school where every teacher was everything on the left: impatient, unkind, arrogant, disrespectful, selfish, grudge-holding, dishonest, flaky. How much influence are those educators gonna have in that school? You gonna like going to school? You gonna wanna learn much from those people? No. A core truth that I believe is that the more we try to be those things on the right, the more likely we influence others to enthusiastically work toward the goals that we have for them and ourselves. So I got these meters above my head. You can see them, I cannot. Why can you see my meters above my head, but I can't? I'm not you. I'm not in your eyes. I don't have your ears. I haven't heard what I have said to you. I haven't seen the glances that I've given you. I haven't interpreted passive aggression from myself. So I don't know what my meters look like. You know what they look like. Now, it's possible that there's people in this room right now who have had negative interactions with bald white guys before. It's possible, okay? And because of that, let's say that you met a bald white guy one time walking down the street and he was unkind. He disrespected you. Right? You saw those meters up there? Put those back up for me. On the left side, that guy was, a little disrespectful, kind of arrogant, unkind. And then you see me and you're like, look, the last dude I saw, he was definitely on the left side. So that means that you are on the left side. You got your meters are in the red, bald white guy. Now, did I do anything to earn my meters in the red? Yes or no? No, not yet, man. I wasn't that guy. Don't hold that against me. However, listen, here's the bottom line. They are where they are. I tell kids all the time when they come into my room, first day of school, look, if my meters are in the red because you've had a terrible experience in classrooms, that's fine. Call me Brian. Call me Brian Slater. I want to be Mr. Slater, but if I'm on the left there, that's okay. It's not my fault, but it is my responsibility to undo what it is that you've experienced. And I'm gonna do my best to be those 8 things. Now, when I teach this to my students, I'll tell them, look, when I see you doing things that earn influence in my life, you'll hear me go, hey, Slater, my Chromebook's dead. Could I get a charger real quick? And other kids, yo, I got one for you. I'm like, ooh, kindness plus 1,000. Selflessness plus 1,000. Kids are like, out of what? Like 1,000 out of what? Like, are they full, Slater? I said, none of your business. Those are I'm looking at that's my eyes, okay? You can't see your meters, I can. And I just added 1,000 to 2 of them. When we start using language like that as leaders, if we start to think about, hey, what do my meters look like? You can ask your friends sometimes, hey, where's my meters at? Ooh, it's a tough combo. Because look, if they lie, what happens to their honesty meter above their head? Yeah, say it, everyone. What? It goes down, right? Here's a tricky one. Hey, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you the other day when I called you out in front of class. Okay, potentially, what just happened? Which meters were impacted if I do that? Potentially. Put the meters up real quick. Hey, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to disrespect you in front of your peers. Okay, what happened to my meters? Because if I disrespect, this is what happens, right? Ooh, they go way down. And there goes my influence. If my job is to teach people and people aren't interested in learning from me, what's the point of knowing anything? So, hey, I'm so sorry I was impatient with you. I was selfish. Okay, maybe my meters change. Maybe they don't. Maybe humility, I admitted weakness and fallibility. Maybe it was kind, made you feel important. We think about these words, these meters. Here's the thing, is if I say, do you forgive me? If I say, do you forgive me? What am I not giving that person room to do? If I say, do you forgive me? What meter up there am I asking them to fill up? Forgiveness. But I just gave them the idea, didn't I? And so if they say yes, what's their meter gonna do? Nope. It don't go up, because why? You're only saying that because I told you. I asked you to. You don't actually forgive me. My challenge to you is this, as a leader, and again, I want to get these definitions up here for you because you got blanks. When you see people being these things, respectful means treating people like they're important. A goal of ours was to get every kid. We had 735 registrants for the conference and only 695 seats in here. We want people to feel important, though. We aimed to be respectful to everyone in this audience today, to get you out of that overflow room and into here. We hope that service conferences meters went up. We hope. But that's you doing the things that bring ease to other people's lives, opening the door for someone. They didn't have to open it themselves. That's kind. Grabbing a Chromebook charger for your friend who forgot theirs at home. That's kindness. It's adding ease to their day. Number 3, forgiveness. This is the Oprah. I like Oprah's definition. Letting go of the hope that things could have been different. Sometimes my wife and I will disagree, and it'll take me, she'll say, I'm so sorry, or I'll say, I'm so sorry. And it'll take us a little bit to get to, I forgive you. Because sometimes we're bothered, and we gotta let that bother just sink in a little bit, marinate. And then when we're ready to let go of the hope that what just happened didn't happen, we do it. I forgive you. I've let go of the hope that you didn't do what you did. 4, honesty. This is being free from deception. This isn't just telling the truth all the time. This is also not withholding things. It's being forthright with what you're up to when your parents are asking you. Number 5, commitment. This is doing what you said you were gonna do. Every time a kid does what they said they're gonna do, I say, ooh, commitment. By the way, for the record, I never point out, unless we're joking and I have a really good relationship with them, I never ever in front of an audience go, now my kids do it to me all the time though. My students are like, Slater, and I can handle it, right? That's love. That's privilege that they've earned. We got to be careful. We don't want to do that with people we haven't earned the privilege to do that with. Next one, selfless, is thinking of yourself less. Doing things for yourself less. Number 7 is humility. This is understanding that everyone has something to teach you. If right now you're in your chair and you're saying to yourself, man, I don't need this work. I got this dialed. I don't need this work, right? You can start with humility. That's the beauty of leadership. As soon as you believe you're an elite leader, you can work on humility, right? As soon as you got it figured out, I got this figured out. Looks like you can start working on humility. It doesn't mean not being proud of yourself, by the way. It just means showing people that they have something to teach you, treating them like they're important. And last is patience. I think patience, I tell kids all the time, look, I'm not gonna respond to you right this second Because if I respond to you right this second, this is what my meters are gonna look like. And I don't want my meters to look like that. Give me a minute. All right, let's talk. Right? I want my meters to look like this. I can't make my meters look like that if I am not patient sometimes. So, with that, to conclude, okay, I'll go back. I heard it. I'm a teacher. I heard it. Oh, maybe take a picture with your phone, right? If you need it, if your school allows it. Okay, yeah, that's cool. You got my permission. I ain't gonna give you detention. You're good. Not gonna take your phone. Okay, yeah, get that picture. I gotta roll. Katie Clounch is backstage, probably ready to rip me out the stage right now. Like, get out the stage. We're behind schedule. I'm 2 minutes late. Katie, I'm so sorry. Sort of. Think about my meters right now. Like, ooh, she's like Slater. Oh, she just sees you hear that. She's saying, meow, just behind. Okay, now. Look, every choice every person in this room makes is gonna do one of three things. All of your choices. You make 15,000 choices a day, easily. Choosing not to do something still a choice. Antonio Great said, it's the one thing we can control. Lead from inside out. Those are your choices. All of your choices will do one of three things to the relationships. Number one, it'll either build confidence in you, in your mission. It'll maintain, number two, could maintain confidence in you. Or option three, you might be making choices that cost confidence in you. So if leadership is the skill of influencing people to enthusiastically work toward goals identified as being for the greater good with character that inspires confidence, our goal is to either maintain confidence or earn confidence, build confidence. And I'm telling you, try these 8 things, try them, and see what happens to your meters. So with that, I want to introduce our MCs. We got Sophia Watson, Josh Lee coming back up. Thank you again. I'm Brian Slater. Have a good one, y'all. Here we go.
All right. So Josh and I are really excited. We're gonna lead y'all through the first activity. This one is called Masterpiece. So hopefully we have some artists in the crowd ready to go today. So the first thing we need y'all to do is find a partner. One partner, one person. If you can't find a partner, raise your hand. Try to find someone in the crowd. All right, now once you have your partner, you're gonna need a partner A and a partner B. A partner A and a partner B. All right, partner A, raise your hand. Partner A, raise your hand. Now, partner B, raise your hand. Okay. I'll give a few more seconds to people who are still finding partners. We need a partner A and a partner B. Okay, now you're probably gonna have to stand up for this activity because partner A is gonna be looking at the screen and we need partner B facing partner A. Okay, so stand up. All right, so partner A should be facing the screen. Partner B should be facing partner A. Partner B, stay turned around. Don't look at the screen. Don't look up at the stage. Okay, we need an attention grabber. What should you do?
Bring it back up here in 5.
All right, let's bring it back up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Everyone has a partner. Everyone's good. Awesome. So now, I'm gonna explain the rules. If anyone has questions, we'll go back over it. But essentially what's gonna happen is partner A is facing the screen. When the time starts, we're gonna put an image on the screen, and partner A, using only verbal descriptions, is gonna describe the image to partner B. Hold on.
Hold on, y'all.
There's a lot more rules. Bring it back here in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I need y'all to stick with me because there's a few more rules and I don't want it to get complicated, okay? So partner B, you're the one that's drawing the image, so you need your booklet and a pen or pencil. All right, and you can turn to an empty notes page or any empty page in your book. All right, let's bring it back one more time. Oh, God.
Attention back up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right, there's a few more rules. So partner B, you're the one that's drawing the image that's being described by partner A, correct? There's 3 things you need to know. Partner B, you can't speak, you can't look at the screen, and you can't show your drawing to partner A, okay? I'm gonna repeat those 3 things one more time. You can't speak, partner B, you can't look at the screen, and you can't show your drawing to partner A. Okay? Can I get a thumbs up if everyone understands the rules? Awesome. Okay, it looks like most of y'all do. So Josh and I are gonna set a timer for 2 minutes. Partner B, you should be facing away from the screen so that you're not looking at the image that we're gonna put up there. All right, we're gonna set a 2-minute timer. Okay, remember partner B, you can't speak, you can't look at the screen, and you can't show partner A your drawing. Partner A, you're only using verbal cues to tell partner B what the drawing is. Okay, we're gonna start the timer in 3, 2, 1. Partner B should not be looking at the screen. Okay, partner A, describe.
One minute left. 1 minute left.
Seconds left, 30 seconds left. And time is up in 3, 2, 1. Stop drawing, put your pens or pencils down. Okay. You hear my voice? Clap once, clap twice, clap 2.5 times. Okay, now we're gonna have a little discussion based on what just happened. So, partner B, you can now show partner A the image, and we're gonna take 3 minutes. Hold on. If you can hear me once, clap twice. All right, we're gonna give y'all 3 minutes, and we want you to discuss the differences between the image that you see, the one that partner B drew, and the one that was on the screen. If we can get that image back on the screen, that would be great. Thank you.
Since we're over time.
Oh. All right, 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Okay, now raise your hand if your drawing was exactly the same as the one on the screen. You're an artist. It was great. It was beautiful. Okay, a few hands. Okay. Now if it was somewhat similar, let's get a raise of hand. If it was somewhat similar, okay? And if it looked nothing like the picture, let's get a raise of hands too. Okay, so we got a lot of those. That's okay, that's okay. Okay, now we're gonna do a second version of the same game. You can keep the same partner, okay? So I'll give it to you.
All right, listen up, everybody. So, we're gonna have you guys switch roles this time. So partner A, you will now be the drawer. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. If you can hear my voice, clap 6 times. If you can hear my voice, clap 8 times. Thank you. I'm gonna need y'all locked in because obviously we're switching it up a little bit here. So partner A, you're now gonna be the one drawing. Partner B, you're going to be the one explaining. So partner A, you're going to be like this, okay? I'm partner A. Partner A, raise your hand one more time. And partner B, raise your hand one more time. Okay, same rules apply. Partner A, do not look at the screen. Hold on, guys. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. Partner A, do not look at the screen. Partner B, you can only use verbal cues, and partner A, you are quiet the whole time, all right?
Yep, same rules.
We're gonna give you 2 minutes, and those 2 minutes are starting right now. One minute left, 1 minute.
1 minute left. I can hear myself. What? No, you didn't. 30 more seconds, 30 more seconds. I turned it off. All right, 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop drawing. Stop drawing.
And let's bring it back. Please find your seats. Find your seats. All right, so what we're gonna do now is the same thing for a minute. We're gonna talk about the differences or similarities in what you drew versus what was on the screen. So show your partner, and we'll put it back on the screen and talk about the differences. right, if you can hear my voice, clap 7 times. If you can hear my voice, clap once. All right. By a show of hands, how many of y'all can say that your drawing looked exactly like what was on the screen? Yeah, I'm saying like exactly like what it was on the screen. Okay, how many of y'all can say it was at least somewhat similar? And how many of y'all would say it was totally, totally different?
That's okay, that's okay.
All right. I'm gonna need y'all to listen to me because we're gonna throw a little challenge into the loop if it wasn't challenging enough already. But actually, it's gonna make it a little bit easier, so let me explain. So partner A, you're still gonna be the drawer, right? You're still gonna have your notebook, okay? So partner A, and partner B will still be explaining it to you. However, now, partner A can communicate with partner B during the time. You can ask questions, you can talk about whatever needs to be talked about. The one thing is this, you still cannot look at what's on the screen. Is that understood? Okay, so partner A, you're gonna be asking questions and drawing for the next 2 minutes. Is there anything I'm missing?
One more thing too is partner A, you can now show your drawing during the 2 minutes to partner B for corrections and things like that that need to be different, okay? So the only 2 things that are different is that you can now talk and you can show your partner the screen, okay?
All right, 2 minutes are on the clock.
Partner B, or partner A, don't look at the screen.
Time starts now.
Partner A, you can now talk and show your drawing to partner B. Don't look at the screen. You can't look at the screen.
All right, let's get the drawing pulled up on the screen.
Challenging. It's supposed to make it easier.
Oh my God. 20 more seconds, 20 more seconds. It was like this, they just didn't have a picture. All right, 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, bring it back. Find your seat. All right, if you can hear me, clap 3 times. Snap twice. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to go through some discussion questions just based on this activity that we just had. So the first 2 times, that was version 1, and the 3rd time that we did it, that was version 2, okay? So which version, so in your partnerships, find another partnership, and that's how you're going to discuss these questions first, okay? You can stay seated though, just find 2 people around you, okay? Okay, perfect. Once you find your people, bring your eyes back to me. All right, give me a thumbs up if you found another pair. If you found another partnership, give me a thumbs up. Okay, we're gonna give you about a minute to do each discussion question. So the first one, if you can hear me, clap 3 times. Okay, thank you. The first question that we're gonna discuss, we're gonna give you guys a minute to just discuss it with your partnerships, is which version A or version B, best represents servant leadership and why? Okay, discuss for a minute. Version 1 or version 2? All right, let's bring it back up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Voice is off, but we're gonna do some hand raising just to see what people thought. Raise your hand if you thought version 1 was a better representation of servant leadership. Okay, there's some hands. Raise your hand if you think version 2 was a better representation. Okay, a lot of hands. Version 2 seems to be the winner. Now we're gonna move on to the second question, which is which activity created the best result? Which one had the best drawing? Okay, talk amongst yourselves for a minute. All right, let's bring it back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see a raise of hands. Who thought activity or version 1 was better, created a better result? Okay. What about version 2? Okay, awesome. Now, the next question we have is, what do you believe made version 1 harder? What was the hardest part about it? Okay, we'll give you about a minute to discuss. All right, let's bring it back again in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome job, everyone. Okay, there's one last question, and for this one, we want you guys to think really hard about it because we're gonna ask for a few people to speak on it. The last question is, what does this whole activity tell us about communication and collaboration? Discuss for a minute. Yeah. All right, let's bring it back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna have Josh go around. Can I get a raise of hand if anyone would like to share based on what this activity does for communication and collaboration? Okay. Right there in the front first.
All right, give us your name.
I'm Rena.
All right, Raina, and what did you learn?
Hold on. Everyone, if you can't hear them, you need to be able to hear them. So let's have voices off, please.
All right, here's Raina.
So like basically because we couldn't see the screen, when they like explain it to us, it helps us like understand even like when we can't see it, and that's like the collaboration part. And what was the other part that you had?
Communication.
Yeah.
Communication.
Yeah, and communication. Like when they're talking to us, like because we can't see the picture, when they're like communicating to us like what to draw on the paper, that's how like we know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so communication and collaboration were two big pieces in this, right? All right, let's get one or two more hands. Okay, yeah, let's go right there with the wristband. Yep, everyone's pointing at her.
All right, in the wristband, what was your name?
Caitlin.
All right, and
Hold on,
Caitlin.
everyone. If you can't hear them, you should be able to hear them. Voices off, please.
All right, Caitlin.
I feel that collaboration and communication is key to like success, and you can't really do things like on your own. So if you're like trying to do something, you need to work together, and like it's better to do things in like teams of two than it is to do it solo.
Yeah, because not being, when partner A or partner B weren't able to talk, it definitely created that roadblock, right? Where you felt you had to do extra things, or it was a little bit harder to get that drawing perfectly as you wanted it. Good. Should we do one more? Or no? All right, yeah, we're gonna do one more. One more hand. Okay, you can go ahead.
All right, I got a lot of hands over here.
You'll have other chances, don't worry.
All right, listen up, y'all. What was your name? What was your name?
Cameron.
All right, Cameron, tell us what you learned.
Communication, because like you communicate, you ask questions, you talk to them, and it's not just like one person is silent and the other person is doing all the talking, so you have to like ask questions and really communicate. And collaboration, because you work together, and so you can like do the drawing and stuff like that.
Thank you, Cameron. Let's
Yeah.
give a round of applause for everybody who volunteered.
One of the reasons why Josh and I like this activity so much is because it truly shows how leadership is a two-way street, right? You can't have one person just not communicating and one person leading, doing everything. You need both people to collaborate in that effort to make something happen. In this case, it was the drawing. In other cases in your school, it could be really anything else, right? So making sure that you're not only putting your ideas in, but that you're listening to other person and getting their input too, is really how you create that relationship with each other and how you create those healthy and strong relationships. Now we're gonna move on, and I have the honor and privilege of announcing our second speaker of the day. He is a nature enthusiast. He does backpacking and nature photography. He's currently located in Southern California when he's not traveling the world. He works for a company called Elastic he recruits lawyers, and this company is a lead data management company. He also is a senior counselor at the Association of Washington Student Leaders Mount Adams Leadership Camp. This camp is something that is near and dear to my heart because he was actually my senior counselor when I was in high school, and he truly taught me what it means to be a servant leader and put others before yourself and serve the work, go back to your schools and make meaning out of it. So it is my honor to introduce Michael Lane Smith.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Did someone leave their cell phone up here? Sophia? Is this your cell phone? It's all right. Thank you. Thank you all for sharing space with me today. This is my first time at service in about probably 8-9 years. I was lucky enough to go to service in 2011 as a student volunteer. In 2013, 2014, I was invited back to volunteer again, and this conference means a lot to me. I can't promise you guys much, but I can promise you I don't think I'm wasting your time. about 12 years ago, I was a junior in high school, and I kind of saw myself still as the new kid. I had been in Washington for about 4 years at that point, 2 years in middle school, 2.5 years in high school, and I avoided every connection I could. You see, I was a military brat. Are there any military brats in here? Raise your hand. Hey, I see you guys. A military brat, if you don't know, is a child whose parent is in the military. And when you have a parent in the military, you move every 3 to 4 years, most likely. And so every 3 or 4 years, I would have to abandon a lot of the relationships that I had built as a kid. And so to avoid kind of feeling lonely, to avoid feeling hurt, I just avoided people. I had my hood up, had my AirPods in. I was kind of zoned out, you know? Track and field and honors were my way in. Those were the things that I involved myself in. Those were my comfort zone, okay? Track is an individual sport. I didn't have to talk to anybody. And honors, not a lot of group projects. It's a lot of long riding projects, all on my own. I made it almost 4 years without any meaningful connections. One day, I was walking through the hallways of my school, and a tall brunette girl named Brittany, cheerleading captain, invited me. Do you guys know Brittany? Oh, weird. Invited me to volunteer at the community dinner. And if you don't know, the community dinner at my high school was an opportunity for anyone in our community who wanted a hot meal on a cold Saturday in December to get that. Brittany introduced herself to me. Hi, I'm Brittany. I said, hi, I'm Michael. She was like, you ride my bus? I was like, I do. She's like, yes. Would you like to come and volunteer at community dinner and hold the door? Now, cheerleading captain, inviting me to volunteer at an event, any boy would probably say yes, right? So I said yes, begrudgingly. And so I went. Part of me wanted to see, I had heard about servant leadership. We had a really robust servant leadership program at my high school. A really supportive advisor, supportive admin, and a group of about 20 to 25 students that showed up every day, committed to building a relationship with people, committed to building their character capital and practicing influence, positive influence in their school. So I went, I held the door, and I watched very closely how people acted. And what I saw was interesting. While I was holding the door, Brittany and her friends, all of the seniors in the class, all the leadership kids, all the kids in ASB, they were folding chairs, they were cleaning up, they were sweeping, and they were also sitting with people. The most important work they were doing that day was sitting at tables, eating food with folks that needed a hot meal on a cold December Saturday. I kept watching. They kept inviting me to things. They sat with me at lunch. They invited me to after-school events just to be with them. Things that at home for me were rough, so it was a really great opportunity for me to just get out, do other things. And I had this thought that part of me wanted me to know if they were real, but the skeptic in me also wanted them to be fake, right? I went to a couple other fundraisers that year. We sang Christmas carols. I sang poorly. But something started to change around the same time as I went to service in 2011, because I kept seeing consistency. I kept seeing sincerity. I kept seeing character capital getting built. And it started to change me. I started to believe them, okay? Now, I'm gonna talk more about my high school experience, but first I wanna break down servant leadership a little bit, talk about traditional leadership, and then talk about being in healthy relationship with people. We heard a lot from Antonio. Can we actually give it up one more time for Antonio? I really loved how he talked about influence, the things that pull you, that distract you, all those distractions, right? I think traditional leadership is all about power, okay? It's about what you have, okay? What's a traditional leadership position that y'all are familiar with? Just shout it out. President, government leader. King, okay, principal, yeah, those are good ones. That's enough. Thank you guys. That's good. Those are good ones. Now, I think what's unique about all those things is that those are all titles, right? Those are all titles. Those are things that people have, okay? When we talk about traditional leadership, I like to say that traditional leadership is about power. And power is about what you have, okay? And power is often seen as top down, okay? Traditional leadership is often seen as top down. And I think other things that are interesting about power is that it's not a bad thing by nature, right? We need CEOs, we need leaders, we need people in leadership positions to keep the lights on, right? To keep the water running, to keep us warm at night, right? Another thing about power, though, is that it changes. It changes. Y'all are in middle school. How many 8th graders we have in here? Right on, let's hear it for the 8th graders. Y'all are about to experience some change, yeah? Y'all are about to go into high school. What happens when you go into high school? What grade are you in then? And we call those freshmen, right? But right now you're in 8th grade, you're upperclassmen. You have a different level, maybe, of power than other folks in your school. And 7th graders will move up. But the thing about power is that it changes. It changes as you grow, as you transition into different stages of life. The other thing about power is not everyone can have the same level of power, right? Not everyone can be the CEO, not everyone can be the president. And that's why we talk about in servant leadership, we talk about influence. And if power is about what? Power is what? It's about what we have, yes. Influence is about what you do, okay? Power is about what? And influence is about what? What you do. Can I get this slide back up? Now, I like to talk about influence as authority based in relationship, or authority based on what you do. And we talk about servant leadership specifically because influence is something we already have, right? Antonio told us, Mr. Slater told us, you all have influence already. It's a tool in your tool belt that you can use today, that you can go to school tomorrow and use. But the thing about influence is there's a lot of distractions too, right? There's a lot of things pulling us. A lot of things dragging us into distraction, dragging us out of healthy relationship into things. Influence can be positive, and influence can be negative. Now, there's 2 specific skills I'm going to talk with you about later in my talk today, and the first is presence of mind. Presence of mind. Where do you put yourself? What are you aware of around you? Are you approaching new things, new situations, from a perspective of curiosity or from a perspective of judgment, okay? Where do you put your feet? Where do you go? Where do you put yourself? And what's your relationship with the things and the people around you? The second one is heart for others. It's not enough just to see, right? It's not enough just to see people in need. A servant leader will then take that next step and do what they can. The other thing I love about influence is the recognition that it's a 2-way relationship, right? CEOs, leaders, oftentimes it's top down. They tell you what to do, you go and do it, but influence is relational. Influence requires entering into a relationship with people. If you want to make a difference in your school, you got to invest in the relationships in your life. When my friend Brittany and all my other friends now from that senior class of leaders at my high school invited me to things, spent time with me. They were building their character capital with me. They were entering into a relationship with me, right? They weren't just telling me what to do. They invited me in. Now, this is where we need to talk about being in healthy relationship. How do I relate to the people and things in my life? How do they relate to me? How do I really evaluate those relations and improve them if they need that? I like the word relationship too because it comes with a sense of responsibility. And I love that word, your ability to respond to things in your space, okay? There's a lot of distractions out there, lots of them. A lot of times you're told, you're gonna change the world. I think that's lofty, that's really awesome. What about your community? What about your school? What does it look like to be present, to practice presence of mind in your space, in the places where you are? As student leaders seeking to influence others, we always, I like to talk about the invitation. We need to practice the invitation. When Brittany came up to me my junior year, she said to me, "Hi, my name is Brittany." And she asked me my name, and I said, "My name is Michael." She gave me an opportunity to walk away, and I could have done it. I've done it thousands of times over 4 years prior. But something was different that day. This very powerful person in my school singled me out, someone who recognized me from her community. We rode the same bus. And she did something about it. She saw me with my headphones in, with my hood up. I thought I was being mysterious. I was really just lonely. And she invited me in. Now, here at Service, we like to practice what we preach. Can I get Sophia back up here real quick? Let's give it up for Sophia. Now, we're gonna all practice the invitation real quick, and I'm gonna show you a couple ways to do that. I think the first is probably the most common, and it's a handshake. Now, the thing with invitations is that you actually have to invite them. So before we do this, I'm gonna show you what that looks like. So I'm gonna walk up to Sophia, I'm gonna declare a handshake. I'm gonna shake her hand. Nice to meet you, Sophia. There's a couple other more accessible ways too, if you're not comfortable with handshakes. One of my personal favorites is high fives. A declaration of a high five looks like this. Thank you, that was a good one. And then I think something that became really popular over the last 3 years is the elbow bump. Boom. Did you guys do that? I did that a lot over the last 3 years. Lots of elbow bumps. So I would like you all to stand up. Please stand up. And quietly, real quick, I'm gonna give you instruction. I would like you to find one person in the room that you don't know. And I want you to practice. Hold up. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap 3 times. Awesome. You're gonna practice the invitation. You're gonna share your name, your school, where you're from. And one hope, one dream that you have in your life. We're gonna take about a minute to do that. Ready, go. Alrighty, let's start to wrap up our conversations. And when you're done, find a seat. Can I get the slides back up, please? How's it going? Oh, high five. Right on, man. What's your name?
Ferris. What's yours?
Michael, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's one thing that you're hoping for?
Huh?
What's one thing you're hoping for?
That I'm hoping?
Yeah, one thing in your life you're hoping for. Right on, man. That's awesome. I hope you do too. Thanks for coming up, man. All right, let's bring it back together. Everybody find a seat, please. Alrighty. Now, what you've just done is invite people into your life, right? You've invited people to get to know you better. Let's all find a seat. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alrighty, y'all. What you've just done is invite people into a relationship with you. You've invited people into a relationship. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap 3 times. Clap 4 times. Right on. Inviting people into your world, inviting people into your space, introducing yourself, building relationship with people is some of that stuff that really makes community healthier, right? The more relationships you have within your community, the better you can understand their needs. And also, because relationship, specifically healthy relationship, is a two-way street, the more other people can also recognize your needs. As I mentioned, there's two specific skills that I want to talk with you all about, and the first is presence of mind. And presence of mind starts with, where do I put my feet? Where do I put my feet? Presence of mind, there we go. Where am I? What space am I taking up? Right now, we're all at service, right? Tomorrow, y'all are gonna be at your schools, right? You're gonna have another opportunity tomorrow to influence the space around you, the community around you. Where am I? What space am I taking up? Where am I putting my feet? That's what presence of mind is. And then you go to who and what is around you. And then you ask yourself, what's my relationship to the people and the things in my life and in my space? Okay? I think it's really easy to understand sometimes what a poor relationship looks like in your life to things. 2020 through 2022, my relationship with my Xbox was really strong, But my relationship with my family was weak. I live in Southern California, I live in Los Angeles. Right now it's raining cats and dogs, but normally it's beautiful down there, which is awesome. But my entire family lived in Hawaii when I moved down there, moved back to Washington just as the pandemic hit. So I didn't really get the opportunity to spend time with them during that time frame. And that's something, when you look at it, you can recognize that that's not the healthiest relationship. That's something you want to improve. Key servant leadership skill that I'm going to give you another example of is presence of mind. I love backpacking. I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite things in the world. Over the last about 10 years, I've started bringing my camera with me. I think probably 3 or 4 years ago, I really wanted to get a close-up picture of a black bear. And at the time, there were really bad wildfires in Washington State. And those wildfires had flushed all the bears into the Olympic Peninsula in a place called the High Divide Trail. I spent probably 3 days up on the High Divide trying to find a bear. First 2 days, I see one bear. Bear's 200 yards away. It's a little black, kind of dot in the hills. Not close enough to get the photo I want. So we pitch camp, we go to sleep, I wake up in the morning. Has anyone here woken up camping before? And it's just the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? Yeah, that was what that morning was like. A little bit of fog over this glacial lake called Lunch Lake. The sun coming up over the mountains, just beautiful sunbeams. I zip open my tent, I get my jacket on, and I really have to go to the bathroom. So I go to this tree, probably like 5 yards away from my tent. Now, if I had been practicing presence of mind, I might have noticed something different about what was around that tree and what was around me that morning, but I didn't. So, I do my thing. And as I'm zipping, I see this huge black ball of fur start to move really quickly away from me. I thought it was a boulder, it was a bear. I had just peed on a bear. Now, presence of mind, y'all, it keeps you safe. Presence of mind will keep you safe. If you know what is in your space, you know what dangers there are, right? And if you're practicing the other questions I gave you, if you're practicing asking yourself, what are the things around me? Who are the people around me? What's my relationship to those things? If I had practiced presence of mind, I would have gotten that shot. I would have gotten that photo that I've been dreaming of. Instead, I got this one. 2 bears in the distance. Not exactly what I was looking for. They're cute. The big one on the left was the one that I scared, and that scared me too. I didn't have a good presence of mind in this moment, and it put me in danger. And it stole the moment. It stole what I wanted from me. What's your relationship to the things in your space? Are you coming at things from a place of judgment or curiosity? I made a judgment call when I got out of the tent. Beautiful outside. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm perfectly safe here. Nope. Watch out for the bear. You have to ask yourself, where are you showing up? As a servant leader in your school, where are you putting your feet? Are you going to the drama class performances? Are you going to bands? Are you celebrating your basketball team, your volleyball team? Are you celebrating your drama club? I had another opportunity to take photos of wildlife in, I believe, 2017, but at this point, I was actually traveling with a professional photographer. They needed a driver for their RV, and I was just out of college, couldn't afford to pay for a photography workshop, but what I could do is drive a big truck, so they let me go for free. And what was really special about that trip was every day we would go to a beautiful location, we would take photos, and we would get lessons from this actual photographer about our technique, okay? We practiced our presence of mind. We got better at the things we needed to be to capture what we wanted to. I remember being in this area called Lake Moraine. Lake Moraine is beautiful. It's this glacial lake caused by these mountains essentially falling apart, digging a deep hole in the ground that filled up with water. And it's crystal clear, crystal clear. It's up in BC, Canada. And the annoying thing about it is you have to show up at 3 a.m. to get a parking spot. So we leave at 2, we get there at 3, we spend the hours between 3 and 4:30 a.m. talking about what we're gonna do, practicing our presence of mind, evaluating all the different spots around the lake that we could take beautiful photos. And the things that we'd have to do, the places that we need to stand, where we're gonna put our feet to get those things that we want. Now, Tiff, the photographer leading the workshop, was sponsored by Sony. She let us borrow like $5,000 brand new cameras. And these things had like all the bells and whistles, but I didn't have a good relationship with that tool, okay? I spent my first hour at sunrise taking horrible photos, photos out of focus, photos that didn't work. So I'm sitting there at 4:30 a.m. in the morning, freezing. So I set it aside, and I pick up my broken $100 camera that I had brought with me. It was the only camera I owned. The only tool I had that I had practiced with, the only tool that I knew how to use, the only tool I had a good relationship with. I talked to Tiff, had the presence of mind to ask her to go to the end of this dock, right at the base of Lake Moraine. And I asked her to do a starfish. Does anyone here know what a starfish is? Yeah, it's when you go, ah! And I got this shot. And that was the first shot I was really proud of. When I practiced presence of mind, I could finally find the beauty in the world that I wanted to capture with my camera, right? When I was being aware of where I put myself, when I was fully present and understood the tools that I had, I was finally effective in what I wanted to do. It wasn't the only photo I took that trip, but my cheap camera, the one I had a better relationship with, was the only one I ever got good photos with. Now, presence of mind is about what? What's the first thing I told you about presence of mind? It's where you put your feet. It's where you put yourself. Are you putting yourself in the place where you're gonna have the most influence? Are you practicing understanding of who's around you and your relationship to those people and those things? We're gonna take another pause here. We're gonna do another partner pair share. I'm gonna ask you guys not to stand up. I'm just gonna ask you to turn to the person next to you. Turn to the person next to you. Share your name if you don't know each other. Share where you're from. And wait up, hold up. Last one. You're gonna share some places, guys, where you can have a better presence of mind. Okay? Go. All right, looks like we're starting to wrap up our conversations. Let's wind down, y'all. Is anyone willing to share an area of their life where they can have a better presence of mind? You in the front. The mountain? What about you specifically? Anybody else? What was that? A spa? A quiet area? Where can you practice better presence of mind in your personal life? What are some areas where you think my presence of mind could be stronger here? Yeah. Yeah. Church? Sure. School? Easy one. Parents, with your parents, absolutely at home, right? Your parents ask you to do dishes? Yeah, I did the dishes. Did you do the dishes? No. The next thing we're gonna talk about is heart for others. If presence of mind is about where you show up and how you show up, heart for others is being able to recognize others' relationships with the space around them, okay? What do you see? What do you see when you're practicing your presence of mind? Brittany saw me alone, saw me scared, saw me with my hood up, with my AirPods in, ignoring the world, shutting the world out. What are you gonna do about it when you see things like that in your school? You're gonna practice an invitation? You gonna practice the invitation? I think it's really easy to ignore people, right? We walk around all day, we see needs. We see the homeless person on the street. We see the person in our school who's struggling, who's sitting alone at lunch. I've ignored those people. I've also been that person, right? It's really easy to ignore needs in your space. I've done it all the time in my life. But servant leadership asks you to take that next step. It's not just about being aware of who's around you and what's around you. It's asking you to take action when you see a need out there, right? One of my favorite things about leadership, servant leadership specifically, the concept of influence and building positive, healthy relationship in your schools, is that there's a guy named Peter Block. And Peter Block wrote this book called Community. And community is all about influence. It's all about the relationships that people build within a community together. They take what they know, the people in their space, and they build strong relationships with them. What Peter found in his research was that communities that have tight-knit relationships with each other, that have strong individual bonds between the different parts of their community, has better improvement rates for their quality of life, better education rates for their quality of life, better health outcomes. And what he found was that if you stick the richest person in the world in a poor community, they'll be less effective than a tight-knit community working to solve those issues together. What is that? What is that? That's healthy relationship. That's building influence in your school. That's practicing presence of mind and using your heart for others to then take action. You see, when I was in school, and that's when you know you're old, when those words come out of your mouth, when I was in school. When I was in school, there's a lot less distractions. I think my first cell phone I had in 8th grade, and it was only so that my parents could pick me up after football practice. It was this black fold phone. It had a green and black screen. You couldn't do anything but play Tetris and make phone calls. It wasn't until late in high school when I got my first phone with internet on it. It wasn't until college when I started getting push alerts for everything that went wrong in the world. Do you guys know what I mean? Head nods if you know what I'm talking about. I'll be sitting at my desk at work. I'll look at my phone, and it's just bad news, right? Bad news in Ukraine. Bad news in Canada. Bad news in South America. Bad news across the border, which is just a couple miles from where I live. You guys have a lot more distractions today than I had when I was your age. It was a lot easier to focus my presence of mind on my community. Is anyone familiar with the term doom scrolling? It's when you're looking through all those negative notifications and you just can't look away. Yeah, it's a bad habit of mine. The truth is, servant leaders can have a tremendous impact on their communities if they focus their presence of mind on the immediate space around them, okay? By understanding your space and doing what you can have a really big impact on the world. I skipped a part earlier that I meant to touch on, which is this guy named King Duncan. Now, King Duncan, he took this idea of the butterfly effect. Who here is familiar with the idea of the butterfly effect? Some of us? Not all of us? Okay, I'll go over it. The butterfly effect was discovered by scientists many years ago, and essentially the idea is a butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil. The wind created from that small little butterfly wings can then cause a tornado in Texas. What? Yeah. See, when a butterfly is flapping its wings, it's creating a small force around it. There's other influence in the world, the circumference of the world, the way it turns, right? The other wind around you. And it interacts with other things that then creates a meteorological interaction that then blows up the impact of that butterfly wing. We're a lot bigger than butterflies in this room, yeah? Right? King Duncan took that idea and he applied that idea to influence. And he called it the amazing law of influence. He said if one life touches another, potentially both lives are changed. But also, if you extrapolate from the butterfly effect, one life touches another, potentially the whole world is changed, right? If a butterfly can cause a tornado, a destructive event across the world, what can we do? What can we do by practicing presence of mind and a heart for others in our school? You see, a lot of times we're taught that change in this world, in this life, comes from the top. It comes from the CEO or the leader, right? The problem with that is, when you're at the top, you don't actually know all the time what's going on. In work, I recruit for a company called Elastic. Prior to that, I recruited for Amazon. I did executive recruiting for about 1 year and 7 months. Did not like it. But I got to help recruit some of the biggest leaders that this world has known at Amazon, one of the biggest companies ever to exist. Now, the funny thing is, we had like a strong mechanism for funneling information upwards to those leaders. But very rarely did they act on it. Very rarely. You see, influence, leadership, servant leadership specifically says that change can happen from the bottom of the organization. It can happen from the least among us, right? If we're practicing our presence of mind and our heart for others, we're gonna see the needs around us, we're gonna make change. Peter Block, his research says that a tight-knit community of strong relationships can have a bigger impact than the wealthiest person in the world dropped into a community with a need. One of my big takeaways about power, right? The force behind traditional leadership is that it changes, right? We graduate high school. We go to high school for middle school. We move, and we lose those things that we maybe have had before, right? You can't take team captain to college. You can't take all those specific things that made you popular in high school to college and move on with those things. You can't take your 8th grade upperclassmanship to 9th grade. You leave those things behind. You leave those things behind. And I think that's uniquely different than when we look and find value in the relationships and in the influences in our life. Okay? About 4 months after the community dinner event, Brittany and her friends kept inviting me to things. Sometimes I would say no, sometimes I would say yes. And I remember one specific event after service 2011, I think it was called Benefit Night. They invited me to help backstage. Invited me to help specifically work and support the logistics. And I was an honor student, loved details. As long as I didn't have to be in front of anyone, I was happy. This is a scary moment for me. Thank you guys for sharing this space with me. But at the time, I didn't realize how much that one event would kind of change the course of my life. About a week later, I'm talking to those friends who helped run that event, and I was just behind the scenes, really. And they're like, hey, you should run for ASB office. I was like, no. Do not make me get up on stage and give a speech. I hate that, ironically. And so they kept chasing me on it. They kept chasing me. It was about 2 days before the paper was due to sign up and get teachers to say, yes, you can be a student leader. It was 2 days before the deadline when I actually said, okay, I'll put in an application. To my surprise, I was selected. I spent the next 12 months working to build a relationship in my school. I did all the kind of, task things. I had a job, right? I was an ASB coordinator specifically for activities. So I had a job, I had power, I had specific things I had to do. But my focus all year was on building relationship. And again, relationship Different from when you look at power, you take that with you. You take that with you. I came back the next year. Again, I crushed those activities I had to plan. I invested in relationships. I was sitting with students I'd never met before, students that I'd shunned, students that I thought were scrubs before, right? Students that I never gave the time of day to because I was fine, feeling safe in my lonely little bubble. When I finally got out of that bubble, it really did change me. Committing to building influence in your school, it's not just about you impacting others. It's about the invitation, right? It's about inviting people in your school to build a relationship with you, to be in your life. And the people senior to me, before I served in leadership, had done that for me. And so I took that, I ran with it. Towards the end of the school year, after all the events were over, I was planning for track postseason. I was planning for all the things that I was looking forward to. You see, I'd served my school, I did all these things, I thought I was a great servant leader. I wanted to find value in my own accomplishment as well. After track practice, about a week before the postseason starts, I am mowing my lawn, just a normal day, and I feel a pain in my chest, a really sharp one. It's starting to get hard to breathe, so I go and lay down. I wake up in the hospital a day later with a 250-pound male nurse sticking a metal rod through my chest. You see, my left lung had collapsed. There was air kind of filling up like a balloon in my chest, putting pressure on my heart. It's a common condition, actually. It happens a lot. I'd never heard of it. It's called a spontaneous pneumothorax, when your lung collapses. And I asked my doctor, I was like, I have a track meet next week. I have some tests coming up. Can I make those? The doctor said no. We're gonna put you under, you're gonna go through surgery. I actually haven't told this story before, so apologies, it's just a little tough to tell. When I woke up from surgery, all the things that I thought gave me value, outside of the influence I'd built, outside of those relationships that I'd built at my school, I wanted to perform at state. I was performing so well that year in track. I was an alternate the year before. This was my year, my senior year. I'm gonna get into the colleges I want to. I'm gonna test well. The things that you look to, the things that you have, when you're thinking about the things that you put value in, when you put value in the things that you have, when those things go away, what do you have left? What do you have left? I remember waking up from anesthesia, and it's really weird because all you hear is kind of like the beep, beep of your own like heartbeat monitor, and you don't really feel much at first, and then slowly you start to be able to like move and open your eyes, and all the students I had shunned, all the students that I'd spent 4 years of my life ignoring were there. They were there for me. Because influence is a two-way street, okay? Influence isn't just about you serving your school. It's about you inviting people in and accepting their influence as well. If you put value only in the things that give you power, when that power goes away, you'll have nothing. Absolutely nothing. And that's why influence and servant leadership is so important to me. To me, influence is about building healthy relationship with the people and the things around you. It's about practicing a presence of mind and a heart for others. And knowing when you see a need, how to pursue that, how to ask that person, how to invite them in and ask them how you can contribute to their life. And it's not a situation where when you're influencing people, when you're building a relationship with people, you can't expect things back, right? But you can give, and you can love, and you can practice your character. Now, 12 years ago, I was at Service 2011. Just like this, we had speakers, we had small groups, we had opportunities to engage and share things with each other. And when I looked around the room, I was just a watcher at that point. I wasn't really sold on servant leadership, to be honest. I wasn't sold on this idea that we could influence our schools and improve our community. But something changed within me the more I accepted the invitation to show up. The more I put my feet in the places where I knew could have the most potential to influence. to have the greatest impact on people. Something changed in me when I let people in, when I was vulnerable, when I built a real relationship with people. Y'all, I'm just a guy. I work in HR. I love shooting photos. I love traveling the world. I love hiking and spending time in the wilderness. The two skills that I've found that make me strongest as a brother, as a son, as a friend, are presence of mind and a heart for others. Presence of mind and a heart for others. I'd like to thank you for sharing space with me today. Presence of mind is also about yourself, right? It's not just about others. Are the things in my life feeding into me? Am I spending too much time playing Xbox instead of calling my parents? Am I putting my feet where they need to go to love people well? And to me, that's what servant leadership is about. That's what influence is about. So again, I'd like to thank you all for your time today.
Thank you, Michael. Can we give one more round of applause for Michael? Yeah, thank you. Awesome. So, from what I heard Michael say, I think I had two big takeaways with the presence of mind and the heart for others, right? Presence of mind is not only where you're standing, because you can choose to stand anywhere, right? In your school, you can choose to go to events, everything like that. But that second piece, how you're being present, is really just as important as where you're standing. Because you can go to school dances, you can go to school events, but if you're not being present in that moment and making sure your intention is relationships and your intention is influence, then you standing there isn't gonna do much, right? And if you're being distracted by the homework you have tomorrow or anything else, if you're distracted and you're not being present in that moment, that can hurt you as a leader, right? That can hurt your influence and the success you have in everything. Now that second part, that heart for others, leadership is influence, right? We all know this, and I'm sure you all have heard that time and time again, but it's a great reminder because it's so true. And it doesn't just follow you in middle school or in high school. It follows you for the rest of your life. The people you meet, the relationships you make, those healthy relationships, those are what get you to the next stages in your life. So as you go back to your schools, don't forget about that, right? Focus on relationships, focus with those people, and focus with care. You have to have that heart. You can't do it just because, someone's standing up on a stage telling you, oh, to be a leader, you need to make relationships, right? You have to want to make those relationships and want to better yourself and the other people around you. So with that, we are about to go into lunch. There's just two quick pieces of things I want to tell you before we go. Eugene Hamilton is our third speaker today, and he's going to be selling... Okay, yeah, good. We got some excitement back there. Awesome. So he's going to be our third speaker, and he's going to be selling merch outside in the common area over there. And then we're going to come back at 11:05 to start back up. So you're going to have about 35 minutes for lunch. All right? Thank you.
Audio Jungle.
All right, y'all. Hey, this is your 6-minute warning. We got 6 minutes left until we launch into our post-lunch activity. 6 minutes remaining. Let's start making our way back. Hey, if you guys could do me a favor and check the floor, we got like chips and stuff, paper, food, whatever. Right now would be a good time to kind of clean up the area a little bit. Let's take our trash, put it out there. No, sir, sorry, bro. What you want to say? What you trying to say? You trying to say what's up? What's your name?
No.
Oh, now you don't want it. Dang, man. This Ferris. How do I spell that? F-A-R-E-S. Where you go to middle school? Inglewood. Dr. Dre. That's my Dr. Dre impression. Inglewood, always up to no good, is what he said. All right, y'all. Hey, so we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes left, and then we're going to have Josh, our MC, come up. So right now, let's check our areas. Any trash that you have, please take it out to the lobby and get that thrown away. Start making your way back into the space here. We got 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes left. Of course, yes. Go ahead and set it down right here, and then how are you today? Oops. Fake me out there, I see that. Where are you from?
Skyview.
Skyview. Where's Skyview at? Bothell. We got Skyview Middle School out here. What's up, Skyview? Coming all the way from Bothell. What time did y'all have to leave this morning? 6:25, 6:30. That's not too bad. That's not that bad. We had Liberty at 4:30 or something, 4:15. That's crazy talk. They're coming from Camas all the way down by Oregon. Liberty, let's go. Camas, home of the Chicago Bears logo. It's crazy. Driving into Camas, I'm like, what's with all these Bears fans, man? I didn't get it. I was like, what is going on here? All right, y'all, hey, we are down to 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. Let's start making our way back in. If you're in line to get coffee, you might want to get out of line because I don't think you're getting coffee at this point. 3 minutes left. Let's make sure we pick up the trash around our area. What's up, man? Where are you from? Paulsbo. That's great. Home of Paulsbo RV. Yeah, that's cool. All right, yep. We got 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes left. Yep. All right, we got 2.5 minutes left. Start making your way back in. 2 minutes left. Two, three, everyone say cheese. Don't look at the camera. There we go. All right, hey, be careful coming down off the stage, okay? Please be careful. We got about 1.5 minutes remaining, so let's head on back to our seats. Make sure all your trash gets thrown away in the trash cans out in the lobby. Let's not be running around. Let's grab our seats, okay? All right, folks. 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Hey, is Antonio? Okay, can you let him know? Oh, you're doing an activity, right? So I'll talk to him. Where's he on? What time's he on? He's on at 11:40, so make sure you stick that. 11:35, I'm sorry. He starts at 11:40. Oh, you changed? Yeah. So you got until whatever you're doing here, 11:10 till 11:40 with this next activity. So just make sure you stick the landing. You gotta watch. I got you. All right, folks. Hey, we got 30 seconds left. We got 30 seconds left. Hey, cool. You want my signature? You want my autograph, bro? Raven's dad's autograph? That's crazy. Oh, wow. There you go. That's a terrible autograph. But I did it. All right, y'all. Let's count it down. Here we go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Hey, all right. Let's go ahead and get ourselves situated. We can bring the music down. All right, folks. I'm gonna kick it back over here. If you can hear me, clap 4 times. If you can hear me, go caw. Hold on. One more time. So the rule is after we go caw, we gotta go silence. Let's try it again. If you can hear me, say caw. Yeah. Let's try it one more time. Let's, hey Josh, who's the rapper that goes, brr? Who is that? Is that a little baby or something? If you can hear me, go, brr. All right, go ahead and silence. All right, I'm gonna kick it over. Let's bring our voices down. If you can hear me, clap twice. Shh. There we go. One more time, if you hear me, clap twice. Everyone say, shh. Good, all right. Josh, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go, man. Take them out of lunch, get them busy.
How y'all doing? How's lunch? It was good, it was cool. If you're still finding your seats, please do so quietly. We're gonna go ahead and talk a little bit about what we've learned so far. All right, so let's talk about it. From the top, we had Antonio Great come out and talk about what? Anybody by a show of hands? I'll call on somebody in the crowd. What did Antonio Great talk about? Distractions. Limiting distractions, that's good. What else did Antonio Great talk about? In the blue? Yeah. If you fit in, you disappear. Good. He also talked about leading from the inside out, yeah? Leading from the inside out, what does that look like? That's understanding the impact that we have on the network of people around us, right? Understanding the impact. And how do we impact people around us in a positive or a negative way? Well, that's something that Mr. Slater just talked about with character capital. Now, who remembers character capital? What is this? What is the sound he makes with this bar? That's right. We got the meters above our head, and the daily actions that we take impact the meters that people place on us. Does that make sense? And the daily actions is what will give us a positive influence or negative influence. And as leaders of our schools, it is important for us to understand that that is our responsibility. And finally, we had Michael Lane Smith come and talk about power versus influence. So as a reminder, who remembers what the difference is? So power is what you, and influence is what you. That's right. Y'all were listening. And that is something, I don't know about y'all, but that's something that's really important to myself. Now, if I could give y'all a little story, growing up in y'all positions, I was doing the same thing of worrying so much about the power that I had, worrying so much about the positions that I was getting. And who here by a show of hands has some kind of position of a title in ASB or student leadership here? Raise your hand. So take a look around the room and see how many people, keep your hands up, who here has a position in your school. It's quite a lot of us, right? And so my challenge to y'all would be this. Yes, it's important to strive for those things and accomplish those titles, and you should be proud of yourself for that. But what are you doing on a daily basis to maintain those relationships and make little progress to establish the influence? Because a position only means so much if you don't do anything with it. You only, have a position and that's it. You don't maintain relationships, all right? And so to segue into that, we're going to lean into activity number 2. Now, I'm gonna need y'all to give me your full attention for this because activity number 2, there's a little bit of instruction, so I need y'all to listen through the end, all right? So activity number 2 is called Leaders List. And so what we do with Leaders List is find a group, and in this group, we're going to talk about naming all the important leaders in this world's history that you can think of, dead or alive, past or present. Okay, and this leader can either have had a positive or negative impact on the world in your perspective, it doesn't matter. So any name that comes to mind, write it down, all right? The only prerequisite is this, that person has to be pretty famous, like it has to be a well-known person, okay? So what we're gonna do here in a second is establish groups of 3 to 4, and in that group, one person is going to be your designated writer. So that person will need the notebook that you have and a pen or pencil. So I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of time to establish groups of 3 to 4. Once you found your group, sit back down and sit quietly so we can move on. All right. Raise your hand if you do not have a group yet. If you do not have a group. Okay. If you can hear me, clap 4 times. If you can hear me, clap once. All right, so in just a second, we're gonna do just that, is write down as many people in the next 5 minutes as possible that come to mind of influential or powerful leaders in this world, okay? Ready, set, go. How's all this coming along? Thank you. Later. Not right now. Later. Come find us later. All right, y'all have less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. One minute remaining, 1 minute. Thirty seconds, y'all, 30 seconds. All right, bring it back in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. If you can hear my voice, please clap 3 times. If you can hear my voice, say service conference. All right, y'all. How'd that go? Good? All right, so the next step here is we're going to go through the list with your groups, and on that list, establish who is a power leader and who is an influence leader, okay? So as a reminder, hold on, y'all. Before you go and do that, if you can hear my voice, clap once. So as a reminder, a power leader is somebody who leads through force and their position of status. An influence leader leads based on their relationships and doesn't rely on that force to accomplish their goals. So in the next 3 or so minutes, take some time to establish who on your list is a power and an influence leader. Go. How's it going? How's it going? Good. Got a good list? Got a good list? Less than 2 minutes. Y'all have 1 minute remaining, 1 minute. All right, y'all, 10 seconds. Three seconds, 2, and 1. Bring it back up front, please. Back up front, please. Back up front, please. If you could hear my voice, clap twice. If you could hear my voice, say shh. All right, so the next step of this activity is to go over the list with your team and try to establish some similarities and differences that you notice between power leaders and influence leaders. And write down your thoughts of everything that comes to mind. And if you can think of any other leaders along the way when you're talking about it, feel free to write that down too. So you have 5 minutes for this part of the exercise. Go ahead. Not yet, I'll let you know. All right, y'all, let's bring it back in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. When I say service, you say conference. Service, service. And then we gotta be quiet right after. Service. That's better. All right, y'all. So now is the time that we can get comfortable being uncomfortable. Who here has heard of that? Get comfortable being uncomfortable. All right, so when I say that, I don't know how comfortable you are with meeting other students around this room. Obviously, not everybody here is from your school, but I'm gonna give you an opportunity to do that. So say goodbye to your group, and once you make eye contact with somebody across the room, okay, go join their group. And we're gonna make new teams of 3 to 5. Once you found a group, sit down with your group. Somebody you don't know, people you do not know. Find a group of people you do not know. Once you have found a group, please find a seat. So I know once you're settled down. 3 to 5. If you have a team, please sit down. All right, y'all, I'm gonna give you one more minute. One more minute to find a group. One more minute to find a group. Thirty seconds. 30 seconds, settle down. All right, y'all, 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, please settle down. Please settle down. If you've not found a seat yet, please find a seat. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. If you can hear my voice, clap 7 times. Settle down, please. If you haven't found a seat, that's fine. Just do so quietly. With your new group, I'm going to give you some instructions, so I need everybody to listen carefully because we're going to go through 3 questions together. So I'm going to need y'all to remember all 3 questions, okay? So with your new groups, first, if you don't know the names, hopefully you don't, introduce yourself by name. And this is, hold on, y'all, hold on. If you can hear my voice, say shh. Thank you. So once you've introduced yourself by name, you're going to go over these 3 discussion questions. So listen carefully. The first of them is, what are some of the big differences between your power and influence leaders? What are some of the big differences between your power and influence leaders? The second question is, which type of leader did you have more of on your list? Which type of leader did you have more of on your list, and why do you think that is? And finally, your third question is, what did you notice about the long-term impact of power versus influence leaders? What did you notice about the difference between power and long-term, or what did you notice about the long-term impact of power and influence leaders? Got it? Okay. You'll have 5 minutes to talk about this with your group. Remember, introduce yourself by name and the 3 questions. Go ahead.
What's our time right now?
Yeah, but I don't have any samples. All right, y'all, just another minute or so. One more minute or so. $30 seconds. $10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. When I say service, you say conference. Service, service, service. All right, very good. Okay, so now I'm gonna open up the floor, one answer per question. So the first question was, what were some of the big differences between your power and influence leaders? Who has an answer? You can take a second to think about what you said. If there's anybody that feels that they have a very valuable answer to the crowd, raise your hand.
Right here.
And I'm gonna have you guys say your name, and everybody else please stay quiet so they can hear. What was your name?
Noah.
Noah. And what was your answer to the difference between power and influence leaders?
Usually the influencers have...
Hold on. Hey, everybody please show respect for Noah. I won't resume until everybody's quiet. Thank you. Here's Noah.
Usually the influencers have a more positive effect on people's lives, and the power influencers usually take their fake influence by force and don't give a very good positive effect and more of a negative effect, which we remember the positive people more than the negative people.
2 claps for Noah. Thank you, Noah. All right. Now we're going to talk about the second question. Which type of leader did you have more of on your list, and why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? I think we have one over here. All right. Excuse me, sorry. All right. We need quiet from everybody again, please. What was your name?
Daniel.
And which type of leader did you have more of on your list?
Well, more power people, because our world is full of negatives, and only a few people are really good people, like influencers, like MOK, but influencers are still much better. Like one influencer is better than one power person, because they always help.
If you resonated with that, snap your fingers or clap your hands. Thank you, Daniel. All right, and for the sake of time, I will not be opening up the floor for the third question. I'm sorry about that. But I'm going to be bringing Sophia back on stage to introduce our next speaker. So please give a warm welcome for Sophia back on stage.
Wow, that was a good introduction. Thanks, Josh. All right, let's bring it back for a second. We're gonna have our next speaker of the day, so we're gonna need our eyes and ears really focused. Yeah, you guys can go back to your original seats if you're not in your original seats. right, if you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. Clap once. Clap 2 more times. Clap 0.5 times. Some of you got it. Some of you got it. All right. So I'm super excited to be able to announce our next speaker of the day. He is also an educational consultant and an authority on social emotional learning and leadership development. He has won numerous awards such as the Excellence in Community Service Award and the Civilian of the Year Award presented to him by the City of Charleston. He is both the founder and CEO of his company called the Eugene Hamilton Group, which is a pre-K through 12th grade professional development and educational consulting firm. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Eugene Hamilton.
What's going on, everybody? Am I good? I'm good? Can y'all hear me? A little bit? A little bit? I'm good? I'm good? All right, all right. Can you really hear me? Can you really hear me? Yeah, yeah, all right, all right. How many people do we have in the 5th grade? Yeah, anybody in the 6th grade? 6th grade? 6th grade? Make some noise. Anybody in the 7th grade? And where are my 8th graders? Now, check it out, check it out, check it out. As I've come today to share with you, I want you to know that I am in your corner. No. Most of you don't know me, and I'm glad to meet you, but I want you to know that I am your biggest cheerleader and supporter because I want to see you win. I want you to understand that as you mature in life, as you become everything that you want to be in life, like Marshawn Lynch said, you got to take care of your mentals. You've got to understand that even as my topic today would suggest that sometimes we get burned out, sometimes we get tired. Does anybody ever get tired in here? Yeah. Sometimes as you are feeling not your very best, you've got to understand that it's okay for you to say, I'm not okay. Hear me out, middle schoolers. It's okay for you every now and again to say that I am not okay. Now, check this out, because I remember one time I saw this girl that I liked. Yeah. Now, pause for a minute. My wife is here. No, she here right now. Now, do me a favor. Just turn around and say, hey, Miss Tracy. Yeah. So the girl that I'm talking about didn't get the ring. She got the ring. But a long time ago, there was a girl that I liked, and so I approached her and I said, what's your name? Guess what she did? She gave me her name. No. Then I said, what's your phone number? Yeah. Guess what she did? She gave me them digits. So watch out. So check it out. And this is for all my fellas. I respectfully called her. I called her at an hour that was not too late, so she didn't think that I was on some other stuff. I called her at a decent time, and I invited her to go out to have dinner with me one day. And guess what she said? Yeah. So hear this. The promise was made that we're going to take you to somewhere where you can see people make all your food. And so she thought we were going to like some nice Japanese or hibachi, but we pulled up the Subway because we wanted to eat fresh. And I didn't lie. Can you see people make all your food at Subway? So she went through, she got extra bell peppers, she got the raw onions, she got a foot long, and she gets to the drink, And she's so excited about her drink that she fills the cup up till it's overflowing. So she turns around with her cup filled and she bumps into a guy that's behind her, and guess what happens? Yeah. What was in her cup spilled over onto the guy behind her. Every day you show up on your school campus, you show up with a cup. And you gotta ask yourself, my dear friends, hey, listen, you've gotta ask yourself, what's in my cup as I show up to school today? Am I coming to school with anger? What's in your cup? Am I coming to school with compassion? What's in your cup? Am I coming to school with laughter, with joy, with jealousy, with hate? What am I coming to school with every single day? It matters. Now, some of you go to school every day and you think about the fact that you've got goals and dreams. Anybody in here got goals and dreams? Anybody here want to be a doctor? Anybody here want to be a teacher? Anybody here want to be a lawyer? Anybody want to play for the Seahawks? Hey, listen. I remember one time when I tried to play football. Hear me out. I tried to play football one time, and I was on the field, and I was complaining about all the stuff I couldn't do. I was mad because Jamal could run faster, Trevor could jump higher, and my coach one day overheard me talking. He said, Eugene, come to my office. I said, yes, sir. He said, Eugene, have a seat. I said, yes, sir. He said, Eugene, when I talk, you don't talk. Guess what I said? Yes, sir. So we're in the office, we're talking, and guess what? He said, Eugene, everything on the field you're complaining about, I agree with you. You can't run fast. This is my coach. He said, man, everything you said, you can't jump high. I'm sorry, you got 2 left feet. He said, actually, on the football field, you're really trash. This is my coach. He said, man, Eugene, man, you're not that good on the football field, but listen to me, middle schoolers. He said, I am not bringing you on my team because of what you cannot do. You're on my team because of what you can do. So he said to me, Eugene, while you're not good with making sure your blocks are taken care of, you're not really good with your cone drills, you're a great leader. I said, what? Tell me more. He said, Eugene, you've got people on the field that won't listen to me, but they'll listen to you. So when you leave my office, he said, Eugene, I don't ever want to hear you complain about what you cannot do. I want you to sharpen what you can do. And some of you in here right now today, the reason why you feel burned out, the reason why your mentals are suffering is because you are continuing to compare yourself to people that you're not supposed to be compared to. You've got your own unique, anybody ever watched the movie Taken? You've got a special set of skills. And I want you to know that every single day you wake up, the world actually needs what you have. Maybe you didn't hear me. The world actually needs what you have. Give yourselves a hand. So when I connect that with what's in my cup, let me have your attention again, and understanding that you have everything it takes. There's a famous author, his name is Ralph Waldo Emerson, and he says the best thing you can be in the world is yourself. The best thing you can be in the world, and listen, and some of you right now, the reason why you sometimes feel burned out is because you are working so hard to be your friend, and you don't know secretly your friend wishes that they had what you have. As you think about all the things that are in front of you, the life that you have in front of you, the goals that you have in front of you, there are 2 basketball players I really like. One is the best basketball player on the planet. His name is LeBron James. Yeah. Well, who's the best player then? I don't want to hear it. LeBron James. Michael Jordan. Here it is. Whoever you think is the best, that's fine. I'm not here to argue with that. What I do know is that LeBron James had a rough start. What I do know is that LeBron James, when he was born, his mother was a teenager. They didn't have a place to live, but he still had a goal. There's another player I know whose name is Steph Curry. Yeah. Steph Curry was born, hear me out, Steph Curry was born a millionaire. His dad played in the NBA. He had a nice house in Charlotte, a picket fence, a pool, and a Volvo. He had a nice growing up, upbringing. He had a goal too. His goal was to make it to the what? NBA. Did they both reach their goal? Do they try to beat each other? No. Does LeBron try to beat Steph Curry? Does Curry try to beat LeBron? They are their own individual persons and they have the same goal. And guess what? By being themselves, they reach their goals. So what are your goals? Don't say it out loud, but what are your goals? When you think about it, what is it that you desire to do in life that sometimes because you compare yourself to other people, it not only impacts your mental health, but it also makes you feel tired. It makes you feel worn out. Trying to be something that you're not is a real difficult task. Check me out. I lost 30 pounds since October. No. I lost 30. Your boy lost 30 pounds. Give me some love. Yeah. And one of the things I did to lose 30 pounds, hear me out, was I had to check my mentals. Losing weight had nothing to do with the gym. It has everything to do with what's in here. How many of you can say right now, let's be honest, don't look at your teacher, don't look at your friend, look at me. Look at me. How many of you can say right now that I'm actually a B student, but I can get A's if I really wanted to? If I really wanted to get A's, you can do it. Is anybody here a C student, but you're saying, man, listen, if I really applied myself, I can make B's? Now check it out, because most of you in here will agree with me that if you were to apply what's in here to what you receive in the classroom, you can actually reach your goals and beyond. So here's what I did. In order to lose 30 pounds, now I've got a 2-year-old son. Now it's a trip because I'm actually 42. Do I look like I'm 42? I don't look a day over 20? Man, I wish I had some money to give you. I got a 2-year-old son. And the fact that I no longer live for me and I want to see him grow up, succeed, and be everything that he was born to be, I said to myself, Eugene, you've got to get in shape and become the best example for him that he's ever seen. Now, my wife is the real MVP. She's the real MVP. I mean, I do what I do, but I cannot do what I do unless she does what she does. So in other words, what happened is, give her a hand, give her another hand, that's fine, that's cool. Yeah. Now she's mad at me because she really doesn't like a lot of attention. I love you, baby, sorry. Here it is. When you think about the goals that you have in front of you and the fact that mentally, here it is, mentally, we often struggle, but oftentimes as I think about mentally struggling, the things that we actually think about every single day, we deposit things into our minds every single day from TikTok, from IG, from, what else y'all on? Snapchat. Social media in general, right? There are things that we deposit in our minds every single day that impact how we think, that impact how we engage with our fellow colleagues and our friends at school. There are things that happen to us. Has anybody ever seen a reel or a photo or a caption on social media and it made you cry? Yeah. Has anybody ever seen a reel or a picture or a post that made you upset? Has anybody ever seen a reel or a post or a caption that inspired you? So that, here it is, so that what goes in here every single day really, really matters. And you're in control of what's in your cup every day. Some of you go home at night and you're supposed to be in bed, but you're scrolling. And as you're scrolling, guess what? Everything you see, you're depositing it into your mind. It's impacting how you think. It impacts how you operate. It even impacts sometimes how you feel about you. It impacts many times the way you feel about other people. It also impacts every single day how you move and how you carry yourself and how you conduct yourself and how you present yourself even on your school campus. So there are three things I want you to do as you think about the fact that your mentals, so said beast mode, are important, that your mind is a terrible thing to waste. When you think about the fact that, hey, yes, some days I feel burned out. Some days I feel like I'm not myself. And let me pause here to remind you in this room that if you ever feel like you're not yourself, there are people on your school campus, there are people in your homes, there are people at this conference that are ready to help you. You do not have to feel the way that you may be feeling by yourself. You got support. Is that all right? You've got people that you've got friends in this room that if you're not feeling yourself, they can help you get whatever support that you need to get you back on track. Because I do know that life happens. I do know that there's some times in life, in fact, when I was a little boy, I did not meet my biological father for a long time. You know why? Because when he heard my mother was pregnant, he told her, you got two choices. If you keep the baby, I'm out, peace. If you abort the baby, you'll still be my girl, I'll stay with you. Aren't you glad? I wouldn't be here today. Aren't you glad she chose to keep me? And for much of my formative years, as I was growing up, I often thought to myself that I must not be worth much if he didn't want to stay around. I allowed his decision to impact my mentals. I allowed his choice to make me think that I wasn't worth much, that I wasn't anything. And I said to myself, man, listen, at some point in your life, you've got to realize to yourself that you're important, that you're unique, that you're special. People all the time will make other decisions and other choices, but you've got to understand who you are, why you are what you are, and know that, as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, the best person you could ever be is you. I don't want you to miss this message. The best person you could ever be in life. In fact, I read something one day, I think it was on one of the social media platforms. It talked about how you should be yourself because everybody else is already taken. You got to learn how to be you. You got to learn how to understand that, hey, I am important. I am good enough. And nobody can tell me anything different. So there are three things I want you to do as I've got about 24 minutes left. I want you to do these three things, all right? Because you've got to, even as middle schoolers, you've got to take control of your minds. This idea that people control my mind, get that out of your mind. You control your mental health. You control what goes in here. You control what goes in your ears. You control what goes in your heart. So there are three things. In fact, some of you already picked up the shirts. Anybody got the Grow Glow shirt that I had out in the hallway? Anybody got them? Show me real quick. The Go Grow Glow shirt. Where is it? You got it? She got it. Give her a hand. She got it. You got one too, right here. Yeah. Hit me up. And you can have one too after we finish. Check it out. I want you to do three things. If you're going to control your destiny, if you're going to control where you end up, if you're going to control your minds, three things I want you to repeat after me. I want you, number one, to go boldly. Number one, go boldly. So when I say number one, I want you to repeat after me and say go boldly. Number one. Number one. What does that mean? Let me break it down for you. When you find yourself in positions in this life where your mind wants you to stop, where there's something that you should be engaged in that will benefit you and that will help you move forward, sometimes people around you don't want you to go forward. They could be jealous. They could be haters. They could be mad. They could be upset. But whatever it is in your life that you're saying, I need to accomplish, I need to tackle, I've got to go forward, I want you to always remember that going boldly is my number one priority. When you walk in your school campus, go boldly. When you walk into your classroom, I want you to know that, hey, you studied, you prepared, that I should stand forth with confidence knowing that I'm supposed to be here. No matter what it is that you're doing. If you're like me on the football field and you've got no skills, go boldly. If you're on the football field and you got two left feet, go boldly with confidence. Listen, have you ever heard anybody singing on TV and you're saying they shouldn't be singing on TV? Have you ever heard somebody singing at a recital or playing and you're like, man, why are they doing that? That's not their gift. But they've decided to go boldly and they don't care what you think. They don't care what your ideas are. They're saying, listen, I feel confident about what I'm doing. I'm going to go boldly. So go boldly, number one. Then number two, I want you to grow broadly. Go broad, like wide, like broadly. Has anybody ever, hear me out, when I was 17, I was asked to leave my high school and not come back. I don't want to say I was kicked out, but I was asked to leave and not come back. So I leave my hometown in Louisiana, and I go to Arkansas, to a town where there's nobody that looks like me. I'm in a town where I am the only person of color. There's two of us, me and a guy named Gerald. We're on this campus, we're going boldly now. We're on this campus and we are in position now where people are looking at us funny. They're like, can I touch your hair? I'm like, nah, you can't touch my hair. They're like, oh man, wow. Well, all these kinds of different, so I said, man, you know what? Instead of allowing that to make me feel like I'm less than, what I will do is I'll grow broadly. What I'll do is I'll let them understand who I am, and I'll in return open the door to find out more about them. When you find yourself in position and there are opportunities in front of you to grow your knowledge about other people or to grow in your understanding broadly about what other cultures are about, what other people are about, that helps you with your mental capacity or your mental health. And also, it helps you with burnout. Now, how many of you have ever been out of the country? Anybody ever been to another country? Yeah. You've been out of the United States of America and you've traveled to different countries around the world. Okay. When you travel to other countries around the world, do other countries try to be like you? Or do they teach you about who they are? When you travel to other countries, while they may ask questions about you, do they try to eat your food, or do they introduce you to their food? Yeah. Listen, when you visit other countries, people are excited to see you. They're like, hey, welcome to my home. McDonald's is cool, but you ain't never had this. And when you get to a place where you are opening yourself up to learn about other people, guess what happens? Your appreciation for the fact that this world is a wonderful world filled with different kinds of people that you can learn from, that you can learn to appreciate. Listen, when I was 12, I had a best friend, and his name was Matt, and my mother used to work for his dad, right? So one day we go to a store, and the owner of the store looks at Matt, and he says, Matt, you can come in, but that dude can't come in. Now, this is in Louisiana in the 90s. He says, Matt, you can come in. Come on, you can come in. You can spend money with us. But that guy, he can't come in the store. Now, I'm thinking that Matt is still going to go in. I'm like, okay, here's my 2 quarters. Buy me some lemon heads and a Fanta drink. And Matt said, no, I'm not going in. I said, why aren't you going in? Just go in and give me the stuff, man. He says, no, I'm not going to let him treat you like that. We should have people with us that have morals, that have commitments, that have gone back to the basics, and they are just decent human beings. If you're gonna grow broadly, you've got to put yourself in position to have people around you that are not filled with hate speech. They're not filled with jealousy toward other people. They have appreciation for everybody, and they're open to learning the most that they can, so that they also can become the best human beings that they can become. So I want you to go boldly every day. Go boldly. Go boldly. Go forward knowing that when you woke up this morning, you were supposed to be alive. When you woke up this morning, there's nothing stopping you from being your very best that day. That's going to strengthen your mental capacity and your mental health, and it's going to help you approach burnout from a different angle, because we all get tired. We all get worn out. But much of burnout, I've discovered, has everything to do with what I allow to stress my mentals out. Then I want you to grow broadly. Then lastly, and most importantly, I'm gonna hang out here for a good little while, and then I'll get off the stage. But lastly, and most importantly, every single day after you go boldly, after you grow broadly, I want you to glow brightly. Yeah. Everybody in here has a light inside of you. And we live now in a world where people are really in dark places. Anytime you can encounter people or connect with people who have thoughts about harming themselves, they're in a dark place. They need your light. When you connect with people who have thoughts about harming other people, they're in a dark place. They need your light. When you connect with people or introduce to people where individuals, listen, I was in outside of Chicago. I won't say the name of the school, and I was speaking, and man, it was so powerful that the room was just like you. All the young people all the students were just really quiet, and they were receiving everything that I was sharing. After I finished sharing, a young lady came up to me, and she waited to the end of the line. There was people were standing there to shake my hand and do whatever, and so I was like, I saw her, but I couldn't let her cut the line. I didn't know what she wanted, and she came to me after the line had finished, and she just looked at me and just said, "Thank you." I said, "Okay." I said, you're welcome. What did I do? She said, thank you for giving me hope again. I said, what do you mean? She says, oh man, I don't have time to tell you my whole story, mister. But I was abused when I was younger. I had a lot of weight on my parents are in jail right now. There are some things that I can't even share with you right now. But because you shared a word with me today, thank you for letting me know that life will get better, or it can get better. And if I just strengthen my mind and my heart, that everything is gonna be okay. I said, wow. That day, I was able to glow brightly. People that were, people that were in need of light, they were in darkness. They said, wow, thank you. I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, I grew up in a very tough environment. Has anybody ever heard of roaches? We had things in our house called roaches. No, don't clap on that. That was bad. and when the light would turn on, guess what would happen? I mean, they were gone real fast. And we would play games, me and my sister, we'd turn the light on and try to catch them, like run. I was like, we're trying to see who can catch the most roaches because they were so fast. But I want your light to not scare people away. Your light should attract people. There are people that even right. I remember one time I was riding the school bus, and I don't advise you to do this, but there's a guy on the bus named Terrence. What was his name, everybody? Terrence. And Terrence was a student who he was kind of special needs and so forth. And some of the guys on the bus would make fun of him. Some of the guys on the bus they would see him walking through the bus and they would talk about him. They did the same thing to me, but I was not in the same situation that he was in. He could not defend himself. So they were talking about him. They were calling him names. And one day, when he got on the bus and they were calling him names, I said, I'm gonna glow brightly today. I said, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stand up on his behalf because he cannot speak up for himself. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell these bullies, and if I got any bullies in here, don't raise your hand. If I've got any bullies in here, anybody here, if you're a bully, let me tell you this real quickly. That's not the way to go. If anybody in here, if you're a bully, if you're intimidating other people, if you're trying to get people to be scared of you, let me let you know this. Hear me out. A lot of bullies that I know, they're unsure of themselves. They want to talk about other people because they don't want any individual to talk about them. And I say to myself, no, to the bully and to the one who likes to make other people feel less important, you're important too. You don't have to hurt other people in order to feel validated. You're important too. We love you too. You belong at our school too. And we don't want you to feel as if you've got to come to campus and shame other people. So on that day, the bullying started. Terrence gets on the bus and they're throwing paper balls at him. He gets on the bus and some of the guys are taking off the eraser out of their pencil and they're plucking the eraser at Terrence, and they're really giving him a difficult time. They're talking about him. They're calling him all kinds of names. One guy went and grabbed his book bag and tried to throw it out the window. I mean, they were giving Terrence a hard time. And I said, you know what? I've been quiet long enough. And if you've been quiet and you have friends that are engaged in hateful social media posts and hateful conversations and you don't say anything, I want to encourage you that you too can glow brightly by standing up and saying something. So that day I said, you know what? I'm tired of them making fun of this guy. He can't defend himself. I'm tired of them making him cry every day. He doesn't know what to do. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that they're tearing Terrence down and Terrence he doesn't have the verbal skills to say anything in return. I'll stand up for him. So what I did was, one guy threw one more balled up piece of paper at him. And I shouldn't have done this. I'm not going to encourage you to do it. I grabbed his wrist and I said, that's enough. I didn't strike him. I didn't punch him. I didn't slap him. I just grabbed his wrist. And you don't have to do it. Listen, in fact, I would encourage you not to touch people. Don't touch anybody. In this day in the world, don't touch anybody. Don't touch nobody. But this was in 1996. But today, don't touch nobody, please. What I did was, I before I knew it, because I wanted to glow brightly in that moment, I said, that's enough. The guy looked at me, and he really, really wanted to sock me. I know he did. But I wasn't this size, but I've been the same height since I was 12. Yeah. I wish I could find my doctor. My doctor told me I was going to be 6'5", but I stopped right here. I'm not 6'5". but he looked at me and he said, you know what? He told all of his friends, y'all chill out, leave Terrence alone. And they didn't mess with Terrence for the rest of the school year. Because I decided to glow brightly. So I need you every single day of your life, when you wake up in the morning, when your feet hit the ground, when you understand that today is a new day. Just asked you before, who all in here have goals and dreams? Everybody in here has goals and dreams. And listen, couched or packaged with your goals and dreams, I believe that in this room are world changers. There are people in this room that are going to make a difference in this world, but you can only do so if you decide to go, if you decide to grow, and if you decide to glow every single day of your life. So let me give you a couple of things to chew on. I'm gonna give you a couple of things to chew on, and then I'll be out of your hair. When was the last time, I'm asking you as middle schoolers, you felt like something was right for you to do, and you did it? When was the last time? Don't answer out loud. Just think about it to yourself. When was the last time you said, "Man, I feel inside of me that this something, whatever it is, I need to go forward and do it. I need to go boldly and whatever it is. I don't know what it is." When was the last time? Because some of you right now, you can apply these principles to wherever you are. I met some people earlier who were on the dance team. Anybody in here like to dance? Anybody here on the dance team? Yeah, on your dance team, man. I need you to go, grow, and glow on the dance team. When you are in competition or wherever you are, I need you. Don't. He said somebody need to come up and show some dance moves. No, don't do that. If you're a dancer, if you're a gymnast, if you are a soccer player, how many soccer players in the house? Anybody play soccer? Yeah. Now let me ask this. How many good soccer players in the house? Anybody here play the piano? Yeah. Anybody here like to draw? Anybody like to draw painting? Yeah, you like to doodle? Yeah, whatever it is. Does anybody here like to walk dogs? Yeah. Listen, wherever you are, and whatever you choose to do, the 3 G's, what are they? Go, grow. Let's do it again. What are they again? One more time. What are they? Go, grow. One last time. What? Go. Wherever you are in life, wherever you are in life, and there's some of you right now who are about to leave 8th grade, and next school year you're going to the 9th grade. And some of you are afraid because there's more homework. I said there's more homework in high school. There's more responsibility in high school. I don't want you to be afraid. I want you to take life by the horns. Whatever it is that whatever you're doing next in life, I want you to understand that you have the tools. You have what it takes to make right choices, become a servant leader in the very basic sense of the word, and go, grow, and glow. Here it is. Growing up, there was a group of guys that went to my school, and I wanted to be like them. What I did know about these guys was that more oftentimes than not, they were up to no good. They were engaged in all kinds of things that were not smiled upon. So one day I'm at home and they drive by my house and I hear this loud car outside. It's a real ugly bucket of a car sitting outside. And one of the guys had taken his grandmother's car without permission. Yeah. So they're at my house. They're at my house. And hear me out. They're saying to me out the window, Eugene, come ride with us. I go to the door and I just look at the car. I'm like, I don't want to ride in that. It's popping, making noise, it's smoking in the back. I said, why would I? Nah. Oh, man. They start calling me all kinds of names. Oh, man, come ride with us. I said, nah. Any other day I probably would have got it, but I just don't feel like it. I go back in the house and continue my chores that my mother had given me. And she got, I had new ones every day. Anybody here got chores? Yeah. I had new ones every single day. And I'm like, man, Mom, okay, got you. So I continue my chores. About 30 minutes later, hear me out. 30 minutes later, my neighbor comes and beats on the door. He said, hey, man, you heard what happened to D? I said, no, what happened to D? They were just at the house. They were just outside. Did the bucket blow up? What happened to the car? What? The car catch on fire? What happened? I hope nothing happened. He said, no, man, when they left your house, they went down around the corner to the convenience store and they robbed them. I said, did what? He said, yeah, man, they went to the convenience store and they robbed the store and they had a gun. I said, what? They did what? I couldn't believe it. Fast forward, when it came time for them to be tried and so forth and so on, all of them got tried as adults. Armed robbery, and they had tied the lady up behind the counter. Didn't harm her in terms of like beat her up or anything, but they just tied her arms up and they called that kidnapping. All of them, even the guy that was in the car that never went inside, they all got 40 years in jail. Let me tell you what that means. I'm 42. I was 17, they're still in jail. All based on one decision that they made, and that decision was not to go, glow, and grow. The decision that they made was to be selfish and to do things according to their own feelings in that moment. And I want to caution every last one of you in here today, that if you're gonna go, if you're gonna grow, if you're gonna glow, you can't allow other people to make decisions for you. If you're gonna keep your mind where it needs to be, if you're gonna keep your mental health strong, you've got to not allow other people to impact your thinking so that you make poor choices. Those guys, that's right. Those guys, my heart goes out to them. The whole crew, I think they're up for parole in a couple of years. Every now and then, I'll send a letter to each one of them, all right? And I'll share with them some of the highlights, some of the things that I've been able to do. Some places like, I'm gonna tell them about service, all the folk I met in Washington. Give yourselves a hand. I'm gonna tell them about all the wonderful middle schoolers that I met. Yeah. I can't see it. Huh? Oh, got you. Thank you. And so what I want them to know is not that I look down on them, but I'm glad that I was able to make a good choice and to reach back out to them even now and let them know, even though you're where you are, you still have an opportunity. Even behind bars, you can still go, grow, and glow there. I don't want you to go there. I want you to make decisions right now. Keep your mind where it needs to be. Understand that even when moments where you feel burnt out, because sometimes when we feel burnt out, that's when we make the worst choices. When we're tired, when we don't feel like thinking, we get lazy, and we let other people start thinking for us. When you feel burnt out, when you feel tired, do what you've got to do to refresh. Pause, get off social media, sit still for a while, right? Do what you got to do to recalibrate so that you can continue to go, grow, and glow like the wonderful middle schoolers that you are. Listen, as I told you before, I'm in your corner. I'm rooting for you. I'm hoping that as you have heard this message and all the wonderful messages that we've heard already, I'm hoping that you know without a doubt that if you continue to set your aim and your aspirations before you and not let anybody around you stop you from getting there, you'll always find yourself maturing, growing, developing, and becoming everything that you're destined to be. That's my time, y'all. Take care. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Eugene Hamilton, for coming and sharing that amazing message. I think there was all something that we resonated with that. The first thing that he said that really resonated with me is that you are what the world needs, right? You have what the world needs. And that to me tells me that no matter who you are, what you believe, what you do, you can contribute to the world in a meaningful and purposeful way just by being yourself. You don't have to be anybody else. And I think in today's world, social media is a big negative impact on our lives sometimes because it shows you all the good things that people are doing. It doesn't show the negative things. It doesn't show when people are having a bad day or when they're struggling with their mental health. And so that's something that you have to remind yourself on a daily basis. You're only seeing the good parts of people's lives as, you know, even on my social media, like I'm only showing people the good things that I want to share. So you have to remind yourself day in and day out that what you have is enough and who you are is more than enough. And for his go, grow, and glow, still learning how to say that, it is a little bit of a tongue twister, but go boldly. I love that statement, and it especially is a testament to me today because even being up here, I'm a little bit nervous. And when I first walked on stage, it was like just the jitterbugs everywhere. But you have to go boldly, right? You have to do things that you wouldn't necessarily do in your normal day-to-day life, or things that make you uncomfortable, because that's how you get comfortable, by doing them. Grow broadly and glow brightly. Both two other things that I think are amazing testaments to what we've learned today. Glowing brightly every single day, waking up knowing that you are enough. Thank you. Okay. And now Josh is going to be introducing our next speaker of the day.
All right, y'all. It is my honor and privilege to announce the last speaker of the day. He goes by the name of Doug Baldwin. Now, let me tell y'all a little bit about Doug. Doug is a former Seattle Seahawks wide receiver of 7 years, has since retired from the league, and is now focusing on nonprofit work within the state of Washington. Doug co-founded Vault 89 Ventures with Ventrix and established Family First Community Center, which aims to welcome all members of the communities. Doug was also named Washington State Humanitarian of the Year Award, and today Doug works alongside his wife and 3 children to focus on improving the community around us. So also joining Doug on stage will be Sumner High School's very own Kenza Kramer, who is a student leader at the Sumner High School, and she will be leading the Q&A session with Doug on stage. So with that being said, we're going to put a QR code up on the screen here for you guys. And with that QR code, feel free to scan it with any questions that you might have for Doug. These questions can be either pertaining to him or they can be pertaining to the things that you have learned about today. So spend some time thinking about what you might want to ask Doug in this QR code.
You're going to introduce you?
Please give a warm welcome to Doug Baldwin.
Is it on? Is it flip the switch?
Can you hear me? There we go. What's up?
Do both work? Okay. Are we ready? Yes? Are we so hype? Okay. We gotta be a little bit quieter so you can actually hear these questions. It's gonna be a great piece of advice here. So, Mr. Baldwin, it has been an absolute honor to sit up here today with you. We literally met like 2 seconds ago, but for the crowd, I'm Kenza Kramer. I'm a senior at Sumner High School. Whoop whoop, whoop whoop. Yeah! And I would like to thank you so much for being here. We truly appreciate your generosity with your time. Our first question is really just how you've been doing.
Whew, that's a loaded question. How have I been doing? I'm tired, very tired. The reason why is I have 3 daughters at home. Yeah, we can clap for that. We can clap for that.
Yeah.
They are 3 years old, 2 years old, and 7 months old. Thank you. I need all the energy I can get.
Okay.
Old.
So our second question is more, it's very similar, but what have you been up to since retiring from the Seattle Seahawks? What life experiences?
Doesn't sound like there's a lot of Seahawks fans in here.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe a few. Maybe a few. So the question was, what have I been doing since retiring? The beautiful thing about being here with you all is that I was in these seats not too long ago. And now I'm a 34-year-old with 3 daughters, and I'm realizing that a lot of the things that I was learning at your age, I'm now starting to realize and apply them to my life now. Your parents, your grandparents, your aunts, your uncles, when they teach you things about what life is going to be in the future, listen to them. I don't know if you've heard this before, but my mom used to always tell me, she's like, you'll understand when you're older. I'm starting to understand. And so that's what I've been up to, the process of becoming a father, of maturing in a lot of ways, and seeing myself outside of the realm of sports and entertainment, and recognizing that I am just one human being in this big collective that we call the earth that's spinning around the sun. It's starting to give me a different perspective on life and on how I show up in the world. And so that's just the a little insight into what I've been
Yeah.
doing since retiring.
Absolutely. So our next question, I really want to put you in the shoes of these middle schoolers. So they're sitting here looking forward to basically the rest of their lives. And they're looking at you maybe thinking, like, dude, I want to be like him in 20 years. I know my girls out there looking for some Seattle Seahawks jersey playtime. But just reminisce for us. If you were to sit in these seats right now and look at yourself up on this stage, what would you be thinking?
Man, that's a hard question too. I think what's important for me to try to convey to you all is that at your age, and you may not realize it now, but you have such a vast opportunity in front of you. As you grow older and as you go through middle school and high school and whatever you do after high school, if you go to college or if you start into the workforce, there are so many decisions that you are going to have to make. And I hope that what you hear from me is that you don't take that process and those decisions for granted. Because the truth is that the decisions that you make now, yes, they will impact your life in the future. They will. Now that's not to say that that's the end all be all, right? The decisions you make now, yes, they will impact your life for the future, but you have decisions that you make across the course of your lifetime that will impact how you show up in the world. And so today, as we're sitting in this room together, having this conversation, I hope that you realize that the decisions you're making today, yes, as middle schoolers, is going to impact your life when you are older, when you're 34 years old, 35 years old, 40 years old, when you're parents, when you're teachers, when you're lawyers, doctors, whatever you may be. The impact that you have on the world, those decisions start now. And not to take that for granted, because all of you have the opportunity and the ability to be leaders and influencers in our world to make our world a better place. And I just pray and hope that you guys don't take that for granted.
Absolutely. Here at Service, we talk a lot about how the decisions that you make create influence, which creates leadership. When did you realize that these decisions that you're making, even at the middle school level, had created influence for you?
Yes, so I didn't necessarily have that language until probably about 8 or 9 years ago. Are there Sumner High School students in here? Do you know of this teacher named Brian Slater? Terrible teacher. Awful teacher. I'm joking. I was introduced to Brian Slater probably about 10 or 11 years ago, I think it's been now. And Slater invited me to come to his classroom and learn what his students were learning in the classroom. And through those conversations and folks that he introduced me to, I came to learn the language that as a person on this planet, you have influence. And in that influence, and I don't want you guys to think when I say influence, I don't mean social media influence. Now, I do mean that is encompassing when I say influence, but I mean influence by the people that you're sitting next to right now. Think about this, the person that you're sitting next to right now, right? You may be on your phone, right? Not paying attention to what we're talking about right now. The person next to you may be distracted by the fact that you're on your phone. Yeah, you see where I'm getting? You guys see where I'm going with this? Yeah. You have influence. And that influence will impact the person next to you. And that impact is what we call leadership. And you have a responsibility to impact the person next to you in the way that you would want them to impact you. And so I didn't get that language until probably 10 or 11 years ago, and then I realized on a grand scale that the way that I walk in this world, the language that I use, the way that I interact with folks, the time that I spend here with you today, all of this is influence. And I can't take that for granted. I have to take that very seriously because, and Slater told me, before I agreed to this, He texted me and he said, hey, we want you to come do this, but no cussing.
Uh-oh.
I said, okay, he knows me better than that. I was gonna cuss anyways. But then he texted me a few days ago and he said, hey, no cussing. I was like, all right. And then before I came on the stage, he says, oh, just a reminder, no cussing. So I'm not gonna cuss.
Dang.
But the reason why he was saying that is because he understands the impact that words have. And in this moment, the influence that I have that I'm bringing to this stage is impacting you all, and it's going to direct you in one way or the other. And that I have to take that very seriously. Now, I'm going to be fully myself. I'm going to refrain from cussing, but I do understand the impact that my words have on you all. And so I thank Slater for giving me that language, for providing me an opportunity to learn that language, because I'm sharing it with you all today. And again, to the point of this question, the influence that you have on one another, that is leadership. And we can't take that for granted.
Absolutely. Oh my God. So you've talked about some moments of influence at the middle school level. Do you have any like specific memories, any core events that happened when you were their age where you like, maybe it clicked? Like, I live outside myself. My actions have consequences and influence, and my reach is farther than just right here. It's a hard question.
It is a hard question. Yeah, so this is a little bit more personal. So when I was 13 years old, my little brother was born. And as you can imagine, you know, at 13 years old, for 13 years, I had been on my own. I was an only child for 13 years. And then when my younger brother was born, something clicked in me and realized that, like, we're all humans on this planet. And I don't know about any of you all, but I don't think any of us asked to be here. Right? Like, you weren't in your mother's stomach saying, oh, I want curly hair, I want freckles, I want green eyes, right? None of us were doing that. We were all brought to this planet. We were all brought into life. And with that mindset, with that thought, you got to look at the other individual next to you as just another human being trying to survive on this planet, on this rock that we call Earth, tumbling through space. And with that mindset, you realize that none of us are perfect and we're all on our journey together. And I think that's one of the things that really hit me at 13 years old, was that I was trying to find myself in middle school, as we all are, right? And not doing it successfully. And fair warning, giving you a warning, you will be 35 years old still trying to find out who you are. Just so you guys know that. So, you know, don't shy away from that. Don't be afraid of it. But also knowing that in this journey, there's folks around me and around you that are just other human beings on this planet trying to survive. And I think we misinterpret that, we misunderstand that, and we don't execute on how we impact others with that in mind. All of us in this room, we're imperfect. And that's okay. And that's actually perfect. Because for anything, I know you said you wanted to go in law, right?
Yeah.
When you get into the courtroom, there's going to be a number of different perspectives, right? For whatever you face. And it's important that there are a number of different perspectives. Absolutely. Because if it was just one perspective that dominated the conversation, then other perspectives wouldn't have an opportunity to voice their opinion and get things changed. And so all of us, as being imperfect as we are, it's necessary. It's necessary so that we can all grow and have the opportunity to grow and experience different perspectives. My brother, when he was born, he taught me that, because now my whole world was shifted. It wasn't just about me anymore. It was about this little child, this little baby, this infant that knew nothing about this world other than looking into my eyes and wanting to know, does my brother love me or not? And that's really all that mattered. And so, I don't know if that answers your question.
No, absolutely.
But in middle school, that was kind of the turning point for me of realizing that this world is much bigger than just me.
Oh, absolutely. And I totally get that. I have a little sister as well, and I feel like that influence change, that shifts something in your perspective. And I would actually really love to know, like, did that change how you felt about your actions, about how you were doing like things? Like, did you all of a sudden have a shift in, I'm gonna say perspective again, once you knew that there was someone very specific who was looking up to you as an influential person in their life?
Yeah, for sure. It was gradual though, right? I can't say that there was an immediate shift. It was a gradual thing. And I'm still, even to this day, he actually turns 21. My brother turns 21 at the end of this month, which is crazy to me. He made it to 21. I think this is also speaks to the uniqueness of everybody's life too. We're all going through different experiences in life, and we all experience life differently, right? My childhood and my environment and my experience is different than yours. And so there are factors that played into how I responded to the world around me that then influenced how I was responding to my little brother. And so yes, it definitely changed my perspective, but I would be cautious to say that there's a specific way about how to shift that inside internally, because it's all unique to us individually. But yes, my brother, that moment when he was born, that started the shift in my life, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've definitely gone back to middle school for you. And I'd like to talk a little bit more about, you obviously went past middle school until Gulf Breeze High School, and then to Stanford, where you studied science, technology, and society. And you also played D1 football, which is a ton, balancing on that teeny tiny plate that is your time. How did you manage to juggle those rigorous responsibilities?
Not very well, if I'm being honest. I think you all know this, right? When you get into college, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a challenge, but that's the point of it. That's the point of it. It's not necessarily about just getting good grades. And I hope you guys understand that. Yes, the teachers here, we all want you to succeed and we all want you to get good grades, but we also want you to learn work ethic. We want you to understand the value of the work that is required to put in just to be productive members of society. That's the big lesson here. And so, yeah, for me, when I got into college, I'm be honest with you, I did not manage it very well. I struggled mightily, almost to the point where I was contemplating quitting and going back home to Florida. My mother wouldn't let me do that. Thank God for her. But college is a challenge. But that's the point of it. You shouldn't shy away from it. You should actually look forward to it. Because the reason why you should look forward to it is because it gives you an opportunity to grow. It strengthens your endurance, your perseverance. The only way you can strengthen your endurance and your perseverance is if you go out and do something hard and potentially fail at it, but learn the valuable lessons along the way that gets you stronger for the next obstacle you encounter. And so, yes, college was really, really hard for me, and I want to be honest about that. But I will say this, leaving Florida and going to California, to Stanford, was one of the best decisions I've ever made. And part of that too was not just going to college, right? And I know there's some folks who may disagree with this, but I'm just gonna say this. Part of going to California was leaving home, was leaving my comfort, going into a world that I was all alone, by myself, and had to figure it out. I'd like to think that I figured it out, I'm here. But part of that friction, if you will, not only going to college, but leaving home, going on the opposite end of the country at that. That was really, really hard. But again, I can tell you, standing here before you today, is one of the best decisions I've made, because the view that I have on the world, the perspective that I have on life, I then now get to apply that to my daughters. I get to teach them and show them through my eyes and through my perspective. And now as they grow up and they get older, they have a varying perspective to base their knowledge off of. And that's really powerful. And you guys are in middle school, some of you are in high school, so I know it's really hard to think that far ahead, but the decisions that you're making, I'll go back to what I said before, the decisions you make today are decisions that are going to impact your life in the future, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, for the rest of your life, years down the line. And don't take that for granted.
Absolutely. Thank you. So we're going to switch gears a little bit. So we've talked a lot about how influence impacts you as a person and people as people. And we'd like to shift a little more into burnout, which is something you talked about, I think, at least from what I'm understanding in college. Everyone, I'm looking at you guys, everyone here is going to experience burnout. It's an everyone thing. It's not a some people thing. It's every single one of you will. So listen up, this is gonna be great advice. So for you personally, how do you define burnout and what does it look like in your journey as a servant leader?
That's a beautiful question. So burnout could mean a number of different things, but what I'm interpreting burnout meaning is just that you are exhausted to the point that you don't wanna do whatever it is you're doing anymore, right? I'm assuming that's what yeah. And then all the things that come with that, right? The anxiety, the frustration, all the emotions that come with the burnout. I will say this, you're going to experience it at some point in your life. You're going to. So don't be afraid of it. Don't shy away from it. As I mentioned in the previous question, there are times where you're going to be faced with challenges that are really, really difficult. And that's okay. It's actually good for you because you're going to strengthen your perseverance and your endurance, which is going to make you stronger and more wise for the next challenge that you face. And so, yes, I would hope that the advice is comfort, knowing that yes, you're going to experience burnout at times, but when you go through that burnout, observe what's going on. Try to pay attention to what's going on in those moments. Right? And I know it'll be hard because the emotions and everything that's going on in that moment, but at least try to be observant about what's going on around you and inside of you during those times. And then apply those lessons that you learn. And look, let's be honest. You may not learn the lesson right away. I'm still learning lessons that I should have learned 5 years ago, right? But the point is that every time you go through that challenge, you get another nugget of what you should do next time. And then you build that chest, that reservoir, if you will, of information and knowledge and wisdom to then apply it to the next challenge. And so when you face burnout, when you face these obstacles, just know, okay, I'm on the right track. But the right track means learning from those challenges. Because a lot of us, at times, we get fearful in those moments and we stagnate. Don't do that. Challenge yourself to push through and figure out what you're supposed to be learning in those moments because life is going to be teaching you valuable lessons as you go. Take those lessons and apply them to the next phase of life. And if you're doing that, you're giving yourself, I'm not saying you're going to be successful with however you define success. I'm not saying you're going to be successful. What I'm saying is that you're giving yourself a chance to be successful. And that's really all you can ask for. Is give yourself a chance. Give yourself a chance. When you look up 20, 30 years from now, you'll be in a place that's probably better than you thought you could be, just by giving yourself a chance.
I think we're going to clap after every question. So my next question is going to be, what role do you think your personal expectations of yourself performing at an elite level, whether as an athlete, a humanitarian, shout out 2023 Humanitarian of the Year, whoop, whoop, or as a father, a husband, any of those things, what do those personal expectations play in the contribution to your burnout that you may have experienced? Do they impact that?
For sure. I think, so I'll answer this question with the lessons that I'm learning and what I keep coming back to, right? So I said that those nuggets of wisdom that you build up this reservoir with, right? And what this reservoir at my stage in life, at 34 years old, what I'm learning, and please don't take this the wrong way, but this is what I'm learning. Love is always the answer. Love is always the answer. And then the question is, well, what is love? Define love. I will. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is not boastful. It does not brag. It does not demand its own way. Listen, I could preach to y'all. I'm going to stop there. But that's what I'm learning. That no matter what situation you're in, love is always the answer. And that doesn't necessarily just mean loving your neighbor or the person next to you. That also means loving yourself. And I think sometimes we forget about that. And we don't take the time to actually think, what does loving myself actually mean? I'll give you an example. I'm a workaholic. I love to work. I literally left a meeting at 11:45 to get here in Renton, and I got here literally 5 minutes before we were supposed to go on stage. And then when I'm done here, I have to hurry back to Renton to get back to work, right? I love what I do. I work really hard at it, but I have a wife at home, and I have 3 daughters, and they need me, right? And so finding the balance between how much time do I spend at work, how much time do I spend at home, and then how much time do I spend alone with myself? That process, just even sitting down and thinking about that, that's the act of love for myself. And I don't think many of us take the time to do that. And that's really, really important because we can get lost in all the busyness of the world in our day, every day. And if we don't take the time to think about what is actually best for me. And when I say best for me, I don't mean getting more likes on Instagram. That's not what I'm talking about. When I say what's actually best for you, like think about what is actually best for you. What best for you could be eating healthier, drinking more water, getting to bed earlier, reading different books that may not be as negative on your mindset, spending more time in your classroom and in your books and in your readings and your learnings. All of those things could benefit you in ways that you may not necessarily think on a traditional level. That's when I say love yourself, that's what I mean. Actually taking the time to figure out what is best for you as a human and what is best for the neighbor on this planet, again, that's tumbling through space.
Absolutely. So our next question is actually from one of you guys. So thank you so much for filling out the QR code. And they're asking, with all of the amazing stuff that you have accomplished, what do you say is the motivation for everything that you do for yourself, your loved ones, and the community?
My daughters, hands down, not a question asked. And here's the thing. 5 years ago, I would have told you the same thing. Although I didn't know I was going to have all 3 daughters, I would have told you that everything that I'm doing now is laying the foundation for when my children come into this world. Who I'm becoming as a man, who I'm becoming as a husband, who I'm becoming as a father, all of those things matter to my children 20 years down the line from now. You know? Think about this. If I was to make decisions, poor decisions, right, that put me behind in my education, in my health, in my financial stability, I would not be able to be the father that I am today to my children. And those decisions were made 15 years ago. Some of them were, right? So all the things that I'm trying to do today, just showing up, trying to be myself, trying to be a positive influence on the folks that I work with, trying to be a positive influence in my environment, all of those things matter because they matter to my children, to my daughters. Here's another nugget for you. I also realized that in order for my children, for my daughters to be whole, their mother had to be whole. That means I have to cherish my wife. It means I have to take care of my wife. That means I have to honor my wife. I have to respect my wife. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't always do that. I learned a lot of lessons in this path, in this journey we call life. But that that equation that I just gave you, listen, I know this. Parents that are in the room, people who are much older than me, they can attest to this. In order for the child to be whole, the person, the caregiver of that child has to be whole. The decisions you make today, if any of you decide that you want to be parents, the decisions that you make today are going to impact how you are as a parent and how your children will experience you as a parent. And so it goes back to what I said earlier. The decisions you make today, they impact your life 20, 50, 30, 40, 50 years from down the line. And so I hope you don't take that for granted. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Well, thank you. So I have another question from the crowd for you. And this is on a little bit of a different vein, so we're going to switch it up. And they're asking, as a football player, and obviously a lot of other things, who has performed on a national stage, that comes with a lot of challenges, especially with criticism. It's really hard for people to notice and call out anything other than what goes wrong. But you must have had to persevere through what came your way. How are you able to fight that negativity and bounce back day after day?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think it's a question that is very relevant to you all right now, especially as we go through this new digital age and social media. So I'll give you a little bit of context and a little bit of history for me. So I like to say my generation, we were at the very beginning of smartphones in the digital age as we see it now, right? I grew up with a Nokia brick phone. I know none of you understand what that is. No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay, maybe you do. Maybe you do. There was a game on my Nokia brick phone called Snake. Does anybody remember Snake? Best game ever created. So I think all of you have seen to some degree, you've been able to see other folks, how they've handled the social media element of our society, right? I didn't get that privilege. I didn't get that experience. We were literally building the plane as we were flying it. And yes, there's a lot of lessons that we learned along the way, especially when it came to social media. Lessons that I am still learning as a 34-year-old today. You are going to face criticism in every aspect of your life, regardless if it's social media, regardless if it's in school, if it's at your job. You will always be faced with criticism, sometimes negative, sometimes constructive. But the truth of the matter is that it doesn't matter the source. Most times, it doesn't matter the source. It matters how you internalize it. I want to say that one more time. It doesn't necessarily matter the source of where that criticism is coming from. It truly matters how you internalize it. And a lot of times, we think that we need to be liked to be liked. That we need to be popular to be valued. And I gotta be honest with you, in the entertainment world, right, that's the currency. You have to perform for people to like you. And so not only did I have a struggle because I was at the very beginning of the social media age, but also I was thrust into a world that now was capitalizing on that. And I struggled with that. To be very honest and very blunt with you all, I had a lot of depressive times dealing with the criticism of, well, you dropped this pass and you made me lose my fantasy game. We laugh about it now, we think it's silly, but think about a 22-year-old, a 21-year-old coming into the NFL thinking that the only value that I had was placed on how other people were viewing me. So I had to learn that source of that information, that didn't matter. How was I internalizing this? Did I drop a pass? Yeah, I did. What can I do about it? I can go in the training room and I can focus on my craft. I can make me better. Not because that person said I dropped a pass, but actually because, well, I did drop the pass. And I don't want to drop a pass. I actually want to be the best at my craft, which, by the way, I was. But the reason why was not because of the criticism, it was because how I internalized that criticism. People are gonna throw out information to you all the time. It's your job to determine and filter what information actually seeps in and absorbs. That's your job. And so I guess the advice to this question, that is also a challenge that you're gonna be faced with every day in your life, every phase of your life. And don't shy away from it. When you get to those moments of anxiety and stress, don't run away from it. Lean into it and observe yourself and objectively and honestly ask yourself, what is going on here? Why do I feel this way? Somebody said this about me on social media. That person really doesn't impact truly the grand scheme of my life, so why am I allowing them to impact me right now in this phase? Now I know that's a micro example, but I think it's very relevant, and I gotta be honest, it's on top of mind because I'm trying to figure out how am I gonna raise my daughters in this age, right? And I don't have the answers, I'm just giving you what I think I know at this stage. But I hope you take away the fact that there's just a lot of irrelevant information and criticism that makes us feel less than. And I want you to know something. All of you in here, you play a role in this world. You have value in this world. And don't let anybody else who's going through their own challenges in life make you feel less than. And I hope you also take that to think, let me not act in a way that makes another person feel less than. Because again, we are all human beings on this rock that's tumbling through space, just trying to survive and thrive. And if you can look to your neighbor in that way, just imagine how better of a world this world could be.
Okay. I have one last question for Mr. Baldwin here. And I just want to take a moment to make sure that all of you guys are super, super present, because I think that he's about to give you some real information. So I'm looking you guys in the eyes and I'm seeing some phones. So I want you guys to be in this moment. So if y'all could turn off that video. I know y'all want to show your moms and your dads who are big fans, but I want you guys to hear this, okay? Thank you. Our very final question for Doug here is what advice or words of encouragement would you give to these students in this room right now?
You know, I'm really fortunate to be in a number of different realms with different folks trying to do different things in our world. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm 34 years old, I still got a ton to learn, and I'm learning every day. And I don't take that for granted because I know I'm blessed and grateful and privileged to be in a position where I have access to information and experiences to have different perspective, to learn. And I don't take that for granted. But I think, and I don't know if this actually will be beneficial to you all, but when I think of you all now, I gotta be honest, I think about my daughters and what are they gonna be thinking when they're sitting in these chairs at your age? And what do I say to them? And in all of my experiences, when I look out into the world, I just feel like there's a lack of kindness. You know? Like, there's so many folks that are going through struggles in life. And there's people who have major successes that you think are not going through struggles, but genuinely are, behind the facade of social media and the image that they put up for you all. And I think the reality is that we don't look at each other, again, as human beings on this planet And there's just a lack of kindness. And there's a lack of patience. And in totality, there's just a lack of love. And so my request, my ask, and I'm gonna go a step further. I beg you, as the future leaders of our country, in our society, in our world, and the future influencers that folks your age are going to be looking towards when you're older, or when you're on this stage, or when you're a teacher, or when you're a lawyer, or when you're a fireman or firewoman, or anybody that you interact with. Be kind. Be kind. Be kind. And it's so simple. It's so simple. It's so simple. But you know what it does? It takes you out of your own mind. It takes you out of your own body. It makes you realize that this world doesn't revolve around you. The next time you go to a store, next time you pass through a door, and there's somebody that's coming out of the door or coming behind you, hold the door open for them. It's so simple. It's so simple. Just be kind. Be kind. And I mean this. I've got a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 7-month-old. When you all are older, you're gonna be their teachers. You're gonna be the people that they look to and are influenced by. And I beg you, can you please teach them what kindness is? That's my ask, that's my advice, that's my plea to you all, is when you leave here, when you go out into the world, when you impact others, be kind, please.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. One final. Thank you.
Man, huge thank you to Doug Baldwin. Can we give it up one more time, everybody, for Doug Baldwin? Wow, man. There's a lot of things from his talk that resonated with me, as I do hope for you. Doug talked in the beginning about having a vast opportunity in front of you, right? Y'all are just in middle school. I'm in college. I'm 20 years old. I'm still figuring it out, but I know it's a hard concept to grasp at your age, but the whole world is in front of you, right? And Doug's talked about you can't take that opportunity for granted. Every single day matters. And there's people out there in this world, and again, it's a hard concept to grasp, but it's people out there in this world that would do anything to be in the position as y'all today with a supportive network around you to be here, right? So the impact that you leave starts with you. It starts right now. It doesn't start tomorrow. It doesn't start when you get to high school. It doesn't start when you get to college. It starts right now. So in the same sense, your impact is your responsibility, right? It's not up to your parents, it's not up to your friends, not to your teachers. In creating your impact, also understanding that imperfection is necessary. Doug said that the point is for it to be difficult. It's not supposed to be easy, because when things are difficult, that's when you're growing, and that's when you learn work ethic. Doug talked a little bit about burnout, something that's inevitable for all of us as students. Burnout is the testing of your faith that develops your performance. It is a testing of your faith that develops perseverance, right? So in facing burnout, do understand that you need to figure out what the lesson is in the moments that it's hard. What are you supposed to take away from it so that in the next step, you realize, okay, I've been through this before. How do I go about it now? So a big thank you to Doug for all those important life lessons. Could we give it up one more time for Doug Baldwin? Thank you. All right, so now we are going to transition a little bit into some team time. So ambassadors, this is your time to listen up to me, please. And students, remain quiet so I can give instructions to ambassadors. This is an opportunity for you students to ask any questions to your ambassadors and also debrief all the talks that we've been through, all of the information that we've been absorbing today. Just have a conversation. So ambassadors, if your group is less than 20 people, feel free to go into the lobby or into the back room, but nowhere else than that. If your group is bigger than 20, please stay in this auditorium space so we can manage all the people. And set a timer, ambassadors, set a timer for 1:25 p.m. Be back no later than 1:25 p.m. with your group. Thank you. We have about a minute left, so if you are in the overflow room or the lobby, please make your way back to the auditorium space. 1 minute left, please make your way back to the auditorium and find your seats. Well, let's stay off the stage though, guys. Let's stay down here. Let's stay down here. Please find your seats. Oh, they did? Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Yes. Maybe down here. What was your name? All right, y'all, find your seats. Find your seats. If you are still in the lobby or the overflow room, please make your way back to the auditorium.
Make your way back to your seat if you can.
Please find your seats. Find your seats.
We're going to be starting back up here in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
If you are an ambassador, please help students find their seats. I think we're discussing some schools.
All right, we're going to be starting back up in just a few minutes.
All right, please find your seats. We're gonna start back up here in just a second. So simmer down.
Just one more minute. All right, if you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. Snap twice. Clap once. Snap 3 times. Awesome. Okay. We just have a few more things before we're officially wrapping up the 2023 Service Conference. Sad and good, right? Yeah. Okay, we got some more excitement. Good, good. All right, so we need your eyes and ears just for a few, like half an hour more. So in the beginning of the conference, Josh and I talked about at the end of this, we want y'all to take away at least one thing that you can take back to your school, one thing that you can take back to your life and put into practice right when you get home. So I want to see a raise of hands if anyone has one thing that they're taking back to their school, to their home, one thing that you learned today. Okay, we've got a good amount of hands. Good, good. The hope is that everyone is going home with one thing. Now we want to ask for a few volunteers to share their one thing. So if I could see a raise of hands, if anyone would like to share. We'll do like 2 to 3 people. Okay, what's your name?
Kaylee.
What'd you say?
Kaylee.
Kaylee, so what was your one thing?
I'm going to tell everybody when I get back to their school that they are important and their minds matter and like their mental health.
Good, practicing kindness, right? Good. Okay, what's your name?
Ari.
All right, what was your one thing?
Eugene really taught me how to grow. So like my goal is to get my mindset to grow, you know? I love you, Eugene.
Okay, yeah. Give it up for Eugene. Okay, we're doing one more person. That's right here. Okay, what's your name?
My name's Allison.
Allison, okay, what was your one takeaway?
I really liked what Doug Baldwin said about how, okay, now I can't remember it, but I think when I go back to my school, I'm going to say how proud I am of everybody for trying their best and making it through high school, middle school, because it's really hard.
Thank you. Give it up for our volunteers, please.
Appreciate y'all, man. Hey, Sophia, I never got to ask you, what's your one big takeaway from today?
That's a good question, Josh. I think my biggest takeaway was when Doug Baldwin was talking about being kind. I think being kind is something we hear all the time. I know I've heard it like more times than I can count in my entire life. But when you actually put it into practice, the idea of being kind, it can take you really far. Leadership is influence, right? We learned that. It's all about relationships, and that starts with being kind. Being kind creates those important and strong relationships that you will take with you for the rest of your lives. Josh, what was your one takeaway?
That's good. For myself, I just think controlling the impact that you have starts today, and it starts with you. It doesn't start with anybody else, not your parents, not your friends. Of course, those are all influential factors in your impact, but again, all of those things are determined by yourself. So just remember that as you go back to your schools and try to think about one thing that you can be impactful with today. All right, a couple more things on the agenda before Sophia and I bounce out of here. We wanted to do one more roll call, as the last time we forgot to mention 9th graders, so if there's 9th graders, we apologize. So we're gonna do it one more time. So 6th graders, we're gonna start with 6th to 8th, then 9th, making some noise. So 6th graders, make some noise. All right. Way to set the tone early. 7th graders, make some noise. I see the passion over there. All right. And 8th graders, make some noise. My ears are starting to hurt. And y'all been wanting it, so 9th graders, make some noise.
Yup.
We see y'all. We see y'all.
Tiny but mighty.
All right. We wanted to invite our last speaker. Well, not a speaker, but he is going to talk about our sponsors, the people who made this conference possible. He goes by the name of Nick, and he is a junior at the Sumner High School. With that being said, Sophia and I, thank you for your time. We enjoyed sharing this space with y'all, and wish y'all the best of luck. Now give it up for Nick.
Testing. Hello. Can y'all hear me? Did y'all enjoy service or what? Yeah. All right. I hope that each of you took apart learning from this gathering and experienced the building of relationships. You may be wondering who I am. My full name is Nicholas Leitao. I'm granted the fellowship with my service team this year as the Director of Community Outreach. I now like to take the time to give a huge thank you to our sponsors, the people making this possible. Big thank you to Carl Westphal for the sponsor of Doug Baldwin. How cool was that? A big thank you to Rick Morton from Jostens, Karina from Campbell Mullen Orthodontics, Jen Ellison from Gurgle Pot, the Peterson Brothers, Western Storage, Character Strong, Sumner Rotary. Also huge thank you to Sumner Lawn Saw, Heather Lewis from Edward Jones, and as well as Cloud9 to our amazing t-shirts we're all wearing here today. Most of all, thank you for Calvary hosting us this year. It's been amazing being here, holding our service. So a huge thank you, shout out, and appreciation to Calvary Church. And with that being said, I'd now like to welcome our amazing assistant coordinator, Kenza Kramer.
Check. Can y'all hear me? Perfect. Thank you. Okay. That, you guys, this is the end of Service 2023. Don't be too excited. Don't be too excited. Okay. Pipe down. I need your attention for like 2 more seconds, and then we will get a step closer to closing this all out. It has been absolutely amazing, and I hope that you guys got as much out of it as I have. I hope you guys enjoyed going back to basics and learning about different leadership styles, relational, and power. I hope you guys have more insight into mental health and burnout in leadership. And I just want to take a moment to get some thank yous out. So if I could get voices down a wee bit. Perfect. I want to say a huge thank you to the students, you guys, and the advisors, the other part of you guys, who made the trek out here, who are here today to witness this firsthand. I've had the biggest honor of helping plan this conference, and I would love to shout out the team. So a huge thank you to Katie, who you saw earlier today, Allie, who's been behind stage. Let's save all the claps for the end so I can get through this and y'all can get out faster. Zoe, who has been an angel backstage, Kenna, who's been posting all those Instagram photos and all of that, so you should go check that out. And Brayden and Nick, who have also been backstage. You just saw Nick. They've been absolutely incredible, and the amount of work that they've put into this conference really shows who they are as people and the passion they have for leadership and service. I want to give a shout out to our tech team. Y'all can clap now. Ty is right there behind you. Eiley and Sanea are hiding back there too. Alejandro and Davis have been just slaving away back there, and I am just so thankful for them making this happen. So you can see me on these and that and all of that. So they're waving right now. Wave to them, say thank you. And yep, cameras behind you. You can wave to them if you want to cheer. Davis is sliding. Perfect. And I just thank you guys. I'm dead staring you, Eiley. Thank you so much. I want to give a shout out to Wenzel and Slater. Slater's right here. Wenz is back there. Give him a wave. Yes. They have made this conference possible. They've put a ton of time and energy into this, and they hold events like this together. They are the glue of Sumner High School. They have exemplified so much patience and understanding. They've just been fantastic. And I know that they were gonna help future coordinators that could be sitting in this room right now in the future. I'm almost done, so keep it focused, you guys. There've been many people who helped with this conference, and I wanna give a final shout out to Calvary Community Church, whom you're sitting in literally right now. They have been angels, they've been fantastic. So out of respect for them, I ask that you do try to pick up after yourself, get your stuff off the floor, get your wrappers, get that coffee cup, get all of that. And the ambassador is gonna be helping you out with that too. And then I want to thank the ambassadors who've been sitting and standing and crouching for the past 7 hours, who've been here since 7 in the morning. Yeah. So wave to your ambassadors, say thank you. Tell them thank you right now. They're over there, they're back there. And so I am sure you guys are absolutely itching. I can tell Jackson and Jay are ready to go. So with that, I would like to conclude the 2023 Service Conference. Perfect.
All right, bring the whole team out. Come on out, y'all. Come on out. Come on out, whole team. All right. Again, Ken's is not going to stand up here and thank herself because, you know, that humility meter, right? Yeah, that's what's going on. So one last person, obviously, one of the directors here. This is the team right here. And, right. We're missing one individual because she had to run back to the high school to pick up. Who else we missing? I see a couple. Yeah, come on up, Kenna. Come on, you're good. So come on up. Let's give it up for McKenna, right? Here we go. And we're missing Zoe right now. So everyone say hi, Zoe. Hi. Say thank you, Zoe. And we'll have her watch the video later so we can show that. So, hey, as we send you off, okay, I want y'all to jump up when I tell you on the count of 3. We're going to stand up. We're going to give a huge standing ovation. And then we're going to grab our stuff. We're going to pick up all the trash around us, toss it on our way out, and go on and lead and serve. So here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, up. Let's go. Okay, y'all. Yeah. Do your gritty. Do the gritty. Get on out of here. Y'all have a good one. Sumner Middle School, you're sticking around. Help us out. Thank you, Sumner Middle. All right. Hey, service ambassadors, come on in. Come on up front here. Service ambassadors, come on in real quick. Hey, appreciate y'all. Come on in. Ooh, look at Manny doing the vacuuming. Let's give it up for Manny. Come on now. Look at this service. Look at this service and sacrifice right here. Hey, all right, first of all, wow. That was really, really cool. You guys, you carry us, right? This is a really important time in society. I think every one of the speakers had touched on or really emphasized the war that we're in with society, right? When you look at what goes viral today, what gets people those likes, it's not kindness, it's not patience, it's not selflessness, it's devious licks, right? And so this conference is very much about convincing people, right, that is not the most effective way to influence, despite what their eyes are showing them, right? So your work with all of those middle schoolers, just being there with them by itself, without even talking, is powerful, right? Because it's your endorsement. You're endorsing what is being said up here. And so I want to thank you for being here today, and thank you for your willingness to endorse, even though, for class, it's like we expect you to be here, but we also know that you believe in this work, and that's why we even let you into class in the first place, right? I mean, that's a big part of that. So our service team's killing it. We're halfway there, right? We got one more, and we're gonna bring it home tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot less chaotic in here. It's only gonna be about 400 total people, including ourselves. So it's gonna be these two middle sections right here. It's get in where you fit in. There's no seating chart tomorrow, just so you know. You're not gonna need to have your seating charts. And it's gonna be a little more mature. You're not gonna have people shrieking at the top of their lungs because they're still 12 years old, right? Which is nice. I'm looking forward to that myself. That's why I'm a high school teacher, not a middle school teacher. I don't do that. Hey, real quick, before we get out of here, we'll do a quick debrief. But I do wanna let you know tomorrow at the very end of the conference, Calvary, who has served us, and let's give it up real quick for all the Calvary. It's, the gifts that you have. I mean, the audio, our tech, tech guys, they're the most unsung heroes on the planet. What you have, the gifts you have, the knowledge you have, the skills you have. Just thank you for sharing it with us. It really, truly means a lot. And you help, you are the reason why the production looks the way it does and sounds the way it does. So thank you for that. Tomorrow, they're gonna have a Rooted event here right after our conference, and they need to get all the chairs stacked up in stacks of 8. So when we end the conference, Ken's is gonna ask everyone here, including the participants, to help us serve Calvary back. And what we're gonna need you all to do is to model what that looks like, to jump and go, get to work, GSD, get stuff done, right? Like jump up, enthusiastically stack those chairs in stacks of 8 to model for everyone else around who that might not be normal, how we do things. Okay, so stacks of 8 tomorrow right afterwards, okay? Debrief, Wentz. First of all, let's give it up for our whole service team, right? Let's go. I mean, just countless hours go into this. It's crazy. We cannot take any credit. Wenzel and I, our job, y'all, is to meet the legitimate needs of the kids we're leading. So when service comes to us, we try for the most part to say yes. We don't always say yes, but we try to. And part of what makes me nervous about going into, future years is that we don't, Clanch has done 2 years in a row. He's got a lot of experience, and we're going to be going back kind of to square one. So here's what I need is if you were inspired by this conference, and this is something that you are interested in, next week, we're going to have a meeting in Mr. Wenzel's room for anyone who might be interested in pursuing ASB, right? Whether it's running for ASB president, being an activities coordinator, maybe you really like service and you're an underclassman, we need you to be paying attention to those announcements and showing up because we need your passion. That's what makes this run. We were really tempted to not do service this year. And then Clanch came and she's like, we have to do service. And I'm like, but I don't want to do service. And she says, but we have to do. I said, I don't want to do. And then she's like, we're doing service. I'm like, okay, fine. You're enthusiastic. And then she's like, let's do 2 days of service. I'm like, oh. So passion matters. Pours her heart and soul into it. Our job is to meet the legitimate needs and the passions. If there's enthusiasm, we will meet you and serve you. And so I can't take credit. Wenzel can't. The service team really is who did all of the work, right? And let's give them a huge round of applause for that. Everyone wants those service sweatshirts. We're gonna work on figuring out how to make those sweatshirts available to anyone. They're gonna probably be a little spendy, but we'll do it. It sounds like there's enthusiasm, okay? All right, Wentz, you wanna say anything? I gotta get my son to a haircut here, so.
Ooh, priorities. Sophia can't find her jacket. Black, puffy. Do we know? Did you look in the back room back there, Sophia?
She did. She couldn't find it, though. Do you know where it might be back there? Back there?
So, yeah. Because it has our keys in it as well. Anybody with any knowledge? Okay. Yeah, honestly, I don't have a lot to add. I know you guys got to get to practices and whatever, but I'll never forget, I don't know, maybe even 10 years ago now, there was a student who was tremendously influential at our school who didn't say a lot. Think maybe Jay Mentink, okay? And in this moment after the conference, the kids said, let's not have this be like we just put on a show. Let's have this be who we really are. And I was like, come on, somebody. And that was a message that his peers were like, yep, okay? Because people continue to show up because we put on a good conference. But are we what's being talked about on the stage, right? The hope is that you took notes. The hope is that you were learning. And I'm gonna be a little bit vulnerable and a little bit honest. I don't know. I don't think it's wrong for me to say, tomorrow, I want us to step it up a level, okay? You were super awesome today. Don't get me wrong. And you had nowhere to sit. You had to sit with each other, okay? But tomorrow, I wanna see what we're really capable of in terms of putting ourselves out there, stepping into places of discomfort, okay, and letting it be a challenge, a space where we're really growing, where we're not just camping where we're comfortable, because we know that where we're comfortable, we're not growing. And I'm speaking for myself here as well. Does that sound good? Okay, and I say that because I care. I don't say it because I'm coming from a place of condemnation, all right? So we're gonna get out of here, and we're gonna have an incredible day tomorrow. Kenza looks like she's asleep right now already, so get some rest. Okay, I hope that at your practices that you have some energy, that you have game tonight, baseball, at home opener, okay? And then making plans for tomorrow after the conference to get up to T-Mobile, okay? Yeah, what a fun way to end the week, right? You'll probably be exhausted. You have to maybe have some other adult drive you or something, but. Yeah. And I say, don't wash them tonight. Do a little smell. If it's like, I smell great. I'm just kidding. Okay, crew.
Step it up tomorrow.
Yeah?
Hey, lead those peers of yours.
Launch with Clanch. Come on, Clanch, let's hear it. Yep.
We got a birthday. Is it our birthday?
Oh, man. We have 3 birthdays here. Audrey, Andrew, and Ace. Ace isn't here. Okay, we better do it then. We said we were gonna do it preemptively, but. Yep. Hey, y'all stand up. Birthday people stand taller. Okay, who's got the shout out for Audrey? Awesome. And Andrew. Yeah, whoever. It's good. You go. Yeah. And you gotta see his pictures too if he hasn't already shown you. All right, crew. We want to say happy birthday our way. Here we go. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, SHS to you. All right. Okay. Audrey and Andrew, can you launch us? We got people that gotta jam out of here. Thank you all.
Audio Jungle.